Hardcore mode with no retreat. Failures never taste the sweet. Science lessons learned in flight. Journey on to endless night. For the stars, we aim so high. The poor jet did kiss goodbye. For science and carbon light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Orbit dreams won't be delayed. Lessons learned from missions made. Kerbal Kind will forge a path to the stars beyond this path. For the stars, we aim so high. The poor jet did kiss goodbye. For science and carbon light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Keep flying through the light.
Wait, the wait is over. Hello everyone, Scott Manley here. Today we're going to go and do the EJ Space and Rocket review with your host Eric Johnson himself. Eric, thanks for coming on. Oh, thanks for having me, Scott. No, all right. What's going on, everybody? Space and Rocket review. Space and Rocket review. Scott isn't here, by the way. That was me. Hello, everyone. Scott Manley here. God, I'm so fooled. Are you going to react to the Jared interview or nah? Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Please, can I finish? Okay, I'm finished. Yeah, sure. Here you go. Space and Rocket review. Whoop. So this is the All In podcast. Actually gave Jared an interview here. Post, what's the right way to say it? Post, NASA denomination, I guess. It would be very cool if you did that too. Yeah. Well, today we're going to sit here and we're going to watch the Jared Isaacman interview. Ugh, and not burp. All right, so he has a new interview on why his nomination was pulled. So once again, this is from the All In podcast. We don't necessarily have permission from these dudes, but I don't know. All In podcast, if you're out there, you want me to do it, please let me know. Let's see what's up.
Just said the president had decided to go in a different direction. We all serve at the pleasure of the president. Now, I mean, I started to get some more details as it went on. I honestly also like, I'm not like, I don't even like play dumb on this. Like I had a pretty good idea of, that, I don't think that the timing was much of a coincidence, that, there was other changes going on the same day. And, it was kind of, obviously a little bit of a disappointment.
So, are you referring to Elon?
I just, there was, obviously there was, more than one, departure that was covered on that day. And, it became, at least from what I've heard, that it was, there was a, there was, and I'm just, I read the news same as everybody else, but I had, obviously was in DC for the last 6 months getting ready, that, there were some people that, that had some axes to grind, I guess. And I was a good visible, target. I know they're like the news talks a lot about like the, Democratic donations is the cause. That was not a new development. You just Google, they're all public.
The New York Times published an article saying that President Trump
Is he inside an airplane hangar? Visionary, he's inside his airplane hangar. And if you notice the Panavia tornado that's behind him, yeah, that's the
direction we all serve at the pleasure.
That's his. Yeah, he's restoring it right now. Just thought I'd let you know. So,
Had a pretty good idea of.
Well, remember, on Monday's Space News, I theorized 3 possible outcomes here for why Rook was not nominated. One of them could have been conflict of interest. The other one could have been not having the votes. And the other one was someone with an axe to grind. Huh. That Rook is very Jared Isaacman is very what's the right way to say? He doesn't go for the jugular. He's a very classy dude. But I think it wouldn't be a stretch to extrapolate what can be inferred from that interview. Diplomatic, that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, that's very telling. Yeah, that sounds like somebody. Okay, context here. If you haven't heard it yet, Jared Isaacman was the president withdrew his nomination as Jared Isaacman for NASA administrator. Jared Isaacman, or Rook, which is his call sign that he goes by, I call him Rook. So for all intents and purposes, you hear Rook, that means Jared Isaacman. He was in line to be the NASA administrator. He had he did a Senate Commerce, Justice, and Science meeting and vote. The Commerce, Justice, and Science Committee of the Senate elevated the vote to a final Senate vote, and it pretty much would have been a couple of days ago, except last Saturday, the president withdrew his nomination, cold turkey, kind of out of the blue. And a lot of people were pretty pissed at that, myself included. I held my tongue the entire weekend because I didn't want to say something I potentially didn't mean. Yeah, on Monday we theorized 3 possibilities. So a lot of people have been this next part's going to suck to report, but here you go. You don't like it, you send it right back. So Eric Berger over at Ars Technica reported that it's infighting in the White House. He reported that on Sunday, the next day after it was announced, right? And then on Monday, I theorized that as like one of the possibilities, but I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it that, politicians would be that petty. But by what was inferred there, what was inferred with what he just said in that All In podcast. It's very clear that he had the support, he had the votes, and somebody in the White House does not like Elon, and when he left, they went after all of his. Elon recommended Jared Isaacman to be the NASA administrator. So as a way to get revenge, the president withdrew the nomination, which SLS got cut. You saw a video on YouTube a little bit earlier. No, that video was wrong, Jens. That video was wrong. So whatever that video was wrong. But whatever. At least at this moment in time, that could happen. It's a possible outcome. EJ does not know DC. They have a PhD in petty. Dude, I knew it was like this, but I didn't think it was like this, dude. Yeah, like I said, what Rook said is very, very telling. Listen to it again if you haven't.
Had decided to go in a different direction. We all serve at the pleasure of the president. Now, I mean, I started to get some more details as it went on. I honestly also I'm not I don't even play dumb on this. I had a pretty good idea of that I don't think that the timing was much of a coincidence. That there was other changes going on the same day, and it was kind of obviously a little bit of a disappointment.
So, are you referring to Elon?
Listen, this part.
I just there was obviously there was more than one departure that was covered on that day, and it became at least from what I've heard, that it was there was a there was, and I'm just I read the news same as everybody else, but I had obviously was in DC for the last 6 months getting ready, that there were some people that that had some axes to grind, I guess, and I was a good visible target. I know that the news talks a lot about the Democratic donations as the cause. That was not a new development. You just Google, they're all public.
The New York Times published an article saying that President Trump
guys, I think that was Rook being nice. It's very clear that, like he said, he was an easy target. It's not the contributions, therefore it's probably not the votes. It's just somebody with an axe to grind because they don't like Elon, which is... I don't think it really goes without saying that I don't, for what it's worth, I'm not sure that the president made this decision himself. Not that it matters, but I'm pretty sure he was advised on this. And with all that being said, whoever advised him, I want to kick repeatedly in the scrotum in Minecraft, like multiple times. Yeah, I think that's the right way to say that. Yeah, so yeah, it was just somebody advised the president to remove the nomination because he goes, oh, we don't like Elon. Okay, all right. Yeah, you really stuck it to him, dude. He now because he doesn't work at Doge, he has to go back and run his 5 multi-billion-dollar companies. Oh no. Oh no, you really stuck it to him, man. And Rook, what's Rook gonna do? Poor Rook. Poor Rook. He's got to go back and restore his frigging fighter jet. Oh no. Also a billionaire. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, poor them. That really sucks. You can choose not to take the advice, though. Yeah, sure. if that's the way it's going to be, that's the way it's going to be. Like I said, that Rook interview is pretty telling. That tells me everything I need to know. Elon has been making negative press about the big beautiful bill, so there could be some acrimony. Possible. I can't really speak to that, dude. I don't know the details. I mean, I should. It probably would behoove me to do that, but whatever. So sad. Polaris 2 might come sooner now. Oh yeah, I know. One person in charge, so they say. Yeah, it goes right to the top, dudes. Sucks. I mean, I don't like talking bad about the president, no matter who's there. I didn't do it. The last 4 years, and I don't do it I'm not going to do it for these 4 years either. I'm just gonna say what I think the problem is. I didn't go blaming the last guy. I'm not going to go blaming this guy. You know what I mean? Like this. Even though there was a lot, like Viper getting canceled. Anyway, and I've always said that NASA's goals really stem from the executive branch, and that's true. And what NASA's goals are at this point are a little in the fog of war, so to speak. Probably know more about the bill than the average person that voted on it. Yeah. Did you see your previous message? How hard would it be to get an interview with Jared? Doesn't NSF has his contact information? You could be the one to figure out the next steps. I'd have to, I don't know. We'll see. DJ over there, what do you guys think about this? What do you got here? Jared was going to fight for science. Was going to fight for the science against the budget cuts, which would have made him an... Should probably fix that trailer tire. You hear that bouncing up and down on Starbase Live? That's a trailer with a bad tire. Source, I heard this noise on a trailer with a bad tire right before the tire popped. Well, it didn't pop. It was close, though. And then I had to change it in my buddy's front yard. DJ, Jared was going to fight for science and against the budget cuts, which would have made him an obstacle to the administration's agenda. I don't think it... Nah, dude... If we're talking about political pettiness, DJ, I do not think it's that. I don't think we're at that level of complication. Because somebody that would want to get rid of Isaacman just because they don't like Elon wouldn't even be thinking about that. I'm not sure said advisor to the president has the mental capacity to do that. So once again, just on a quick side note, Eric Berger's sources are once again have proven to be very, very reliable and very, very, very much on the money. Even though I don't necessarily like Eric's conclusions about things, you can't deny his source is pretty damn good, man. People can be both smart and petty. Yeah, Alex, but that would mean I would have a modicum of respect for the person that made this decision. New burger article about Jared just dropped. All right, Dissipating Joe. Cool. So, yeah, guys, that pretty much seals the deal. So, some bonehead advised the president to freaking get rid of Isaacman because he didn't like Elon. Oh, no. Like I said, worst case scenario. Oh, it's the worst case. We got Elon back running SpaceX and Tesla, like, hands-on like he used to. And Rook... If I had to guess, Rook will probably just continue with the Polaris program. If I had to guess. Oh, no. How come I'm not allowed to be petty, Oculix, but they are? No, frick them. Frickin' vermin, dude. Frick them. Dude, that decision will have repercussions. It'll have repercussions in the program. Oh, yeah, it'll have repercussions. Well, I mean, once again, this is what I said on Monday. It really depends on who's going to be the new nomination. We might get somebody good. I would honestly... okay, this is gonna sound really bad, all right? If Rook got nominated, I wouldn't have a problem with it. If he got in, I would not have a problem with that at all. With that being said, if it wasn't him, I would want somebody that would be more of a champion of fixing the problems at NASA, which I think is the... At this point, we've tried everything else, and that doesn't really work. What if you get nominated next? I'd do it. Still probably kick that advisor in the scrotum, though, in Minecraft. Why do you say advisor? It could have been the president himself. One, that's what Eric Berger's sources say. That's what it says. It says that the president didn't really have a problem, but there's infighting at the White House. Two, I am not so sure that the president is this well versed in spaceflight, to my knowledge. I think Elon was advising him on this, and any knowledge that he has about going to Mars, in fact, his plan to go to Mars, really comes from him, which is not bad. You really want to surround yourself with smarter people, right? That's really what, like, the president's cabinet is all about. All right, it's not undue. It's not an unprecedented thing to delegate responsibility in subject matter expertise to an advisor or a cabinet position. That is not unfounded. That happens all the time. So yeah, three things. First, that's what Eric's sources say, and his sources are good, whether we like it or not. Two, I'm not so sure the president is this well versed in spaceflight. And he most likely had Elon telling him, advising him on this, which is fine. And yeah, three, I don't know, I forget what the third one was. Whatever, I think I said it too, but yeah, so we'll go, step 2A is that, but yeah. Resist the urge to simplify things. The truth is always messy. I'm pretty sure I've been as candid as I possibly can be.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I mean, I'm not 100%, I'm not 100% sure where NASA's going to go from here. It really depends on a new nomination. Just got here. Rick's nomination failed. The president withdrew it, Toothless. And we don't have, the most concrete proof, but I'm, 90% sure it was because somebody in the president's cabinet doesn't like Elon and advised him on... When Elon left, Doge advised him on pulling the nomination. Yeah. It ain't no coincidence. We should have seen this coming. It ain't no coincidence that they scheduled the Senate confirmation meeting right after Elon left. We should have seen that one coming. Yeah, we should have seen that one coming. Do I have somebody in mind? My nomination would be Mike Griffin. Yeah, I would. He's been an NASA administrator before. That would be my nomination. And that's exactly what I mean about somebody that will champion the public sector space program, because Mike Griffin was the last guy that ran NASA that knew what the heck he was doing, Jim notwithstanding. The president is still always responsible for doing what his advisors say. Krynen, if you guys are trying to say that I'm circumventing blame from the president's decision to an advisor because it's the advisor's fault and not the president, and leadership doesn't come from the guy, the commander-in-chief, that you are solely mistaken. I'm being nice, okay? Because I was nice with the last guy, and I'm going to be nice with this guy, right? Just being nice, but like I said, just like Rook, you can infer pretty obviously what's going on here. But I'm not going to spell it out for you. I'm a little confused. Was Elon supposed to be in Doge until July? No, it was a 130-day position, I think. You want Tory Bruno? Giesen, the more and more I see about Tory Bruno, the more and more I think Tory Bruno would be much better as somebody that works in defense. Tory Bruno's good at making missiles, dude. Yeah, David Peoples, I don't know if Rick did or didn't, dude. Why is chat so spicy today? You're sometimes glowing orange. Thank you for that. I appreciate it, Jack. I'm here just trying to tell people what's going on and have, you know, a modicum of professionalism and, you know, and just go say that. Thank you for insulting my craft. I appreciate it. But thanks, man. You get up here and try and do this and be civil about it, okay? And then we'll talk. Then talk to me. You can do that on your stream. Oh wait, you don't have one. Anyway, speaking of Tori Bruno, check this out. About to have a cardiac arrest. So, how is NASA going to spend more money on the moon, Mars, and human spaceflight when there isn't viable vehicles capable of doing so if they cancel SLS after Artemis 3? I think the idea there about was to utilize commercial, hence the funding boost to human exploration operations mission. If I had to guess, fellas, this is a big guess, but if I had to guess, that budget proposal is probably dead in the water. Because that budget proposal is really contingent on Jared Isaacman utilizing commercial space to its fullest extent to do a Mars program. I'm going to have to say that that's probably dead in the water. I think it was dead in the water when they did it. I think even if Rook got into NASA administrator, there's no way that budget passes. The one that's going to kill Draco, the one that's going to defund SLS after Artemis 3, there's no way that goes through. Congress won't let that happen. I wouldn't be civil. I'm so mad about this. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Wisp, but it's my job to be professional and just tell you what I think is what is going on and then what I think is going on. So I would guess that the budget proposal probably gets changed. Sent you the iPost. I have it. Anyway. Speaking okay, hold on. Chat spicy, EJ civil. Any normal person would be throwing political bias of a stream. Political bias out of a stream that's not dedicated to politics or any stream in general. Politics shouldn't be mind control. Sure, man. Changed in what way? Don't know. It really depends on who your administrator is, Daytao. And you know what the funny thing is? You know, people say, "Oh, EJ, you're glowing orange," and then, you know what, dude? If you said this to me a year ago, if I told you something like about Viper cancellation a year ago, people say, "Why are you defending a geriatric old man?" You know, I'm screwed either way. So, I'd appreciate it if you offered me a little bit of due respect, trying to be civil, because in a world of you know, just he said, she said, you know, like slanderous news, I try to stay objective. So, you know. I'm just had to hear about the cuts to DARPA. Wouldn't it be cool to get somebody like Scott Manley to run NASA? That would be a hell of a pick. Congress may want it, but DARPA and NASA pulled out of it because they didn't get the support originally. Regardless of who gets in and what happens to the budget, NASA needs major reform. Yeah, Rocket Guy, that's the truth. This I will be candid about. NASA needs to be overhauled completely. Like, completely. I'm not going to say it's rotten to the core. There are some facets of NASA that still work as intended, like flight operations. You know, Johnson Space Center. That's fine. It's really kind of the rest of everything. There's no unifying program. There's no interagency cooperation. There's none of that. There's no unifying program, and that does come from the top. It comes from the guy sitting in the chair in the Oval Office. Okay. There's nothing. NASA needs to be basically overhauled from the ground up. I said if I was the NASA administrator, and I would be very clear about this, the first thing I'm doing is going into headquarters and firing everyone. It's, yeah, pretty straightforward. Hey, Red Munchkin, thank you for the raid. Let's have a YouTuber run NASA. You know Scott's like an astrophysicist, right? Joe? You know he's an astrophysicist. He like graduated from college, astrophysicist and pilot and a self-taught software engineer. He's really good at writing code. Let's just say he works for a very big software company. You know? Cardiac arrest. I'm going off to study astrophysics at university in September. Nice, man. That's awesome. He's also a DJ, which is cool. Yeah, Red, everything's good, man. Thank you very much for the raid. You got gifted a sub. All right. He flies to Cirrus, too. Yes, he does. I sent you another part of that interview. It talks about what Jared wants to do next. Okay. This is from the All Up podcast. Let me listen.
And this is like the first time in 26 years that I've been, really kind of out of work. I'm sure I'm definitely going to go back and help Shift 4. I won't ever rob my CEO of his well-deserved, title now. I'll probably be an exec chair or something. And, I got to work. I got to have a mission. But I'll find something to contribute to. And man, I love flying and I love space, and I like the philanthropic efforts we've been doing with St. Jude. So I'll keep busy. This is like the first time in...
Oh, there you go. He'll keep busy. Anyway, would Neil deGrasse Tyson be a good NASA administrator? I have always said that, guys, a good administrator... So, the NASA administrator needs to walk a fine line. The NASA administrator needs to walk a fine line between being able to speak politics and being a big champion of science and engineering. You have to understand the science and engineering, and you also have to understand politics. It's a very, very specific job, like skill requirement. Jim Bridenstine was very good at this. He was very good because he served in politics recently, right? And he was a gigantic champion for space. Bill Nelson, despite how that kind of went down, was very well versed in politics and kind of kept NASA on quote unquote life support for the past 4 years, which is good. But without his boss telling him really what he needs to do, it's just kind of status quo, which is why we've gotten NASA the way we've had NASA the way that it's been over the last 4 years. With that being said, I'm not sure that Neil deGrasse Tyson has the political prowess to be a NASA administrator. He's way too far over on one side. A lot of people say scientists should run NASA. I think that is insane. You know why? Because you have to deal with politics. Scientists are not good at that. Neither are engineers, for what it's worth. Look at what just happened to Elon. I mean, just saying. Just putting it out there. I'll tell you, engineers are not good at dealing with customers. Basically confirms that Polaris will be restarted. I mean, yeah. Is it better to understand politics and science? Well, if you put somebody that's too far on the political spectrum, you get something like Bill Nelson. Bill didn't necessarily do a bad job, but all we had during your tenure is just a carrying of the torch and then cancellation of more programs. And, the funny thing is that Jared Isaacman doesn't necessarily fit that bill either. But he's dealt with enough politics to know, to be, I wish he had some political experience. But I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. If he had more political experience, I'd kind of be like, yeah, we're good. But Rook knows how to run a company. He knows how to run a company, and more importantly, he knows how to run a space program. The Polaris program, by every stretch of the imagination, he's quite good at that. Considering he, flew into space twice, and then exited the spaceship last year. That was kind of cool. He's dealt with the DoD, so yeah, it's there. I think he would be a good. I think he would, he'd be a decent NASA administrator. However, up until okay, the budget request basically, if Rook had gotten in, the budget request basically that the president put forward basically is screwing NASA completely, and it points to putting in a lot more reliance on commercial spaceflight. And I think Rook was there to do that. I think he was going to overhaul NASA to be much more commercially reliant, which I'll be honest, dudes, I don't think that's a good idea. Honestly, I don't think that's a good idea. I think NASA is way too reliant on commercial already, and circumventing NASA's underlying foundational programmatic problems is not fixing anything. If anything, the incessant drive of commercialization, all that does is just take the budget away from NASA, because it's very clear that politicians will take the budget away from NASA if they have a good enough excuse. Commercialization has been the excuse for the last 15 years of not giving NASA any more money. Why do that? Why fund SLS when we could fund Starship? Well, because 2 frigging rockets is better than 1? I don't know. So, with that being said, I don't think having a NASA administrator that champions commercial space, and this is, once again, this is based off of what I think Rook would do. I don't think that having a NASA administrator that really champions commercial space is what NASA needs right now. Because if you just keep championing commercial space, eventually none of your NASA programs end up depending on each other. And once they don't depend on each other, they make easy pickings for political targets. And somebody that, I don't know, maybe wants to run on a ticket of spending less money will use it as an excuse to defund NASA. And I know what people are going to say. If this is the first time you're watching the stream, you say, well, EJ, you have the benefit of hindsight. I've been saying this for 10 years. Saying it for 10 years. Just saying. I know it's an unpopular opinion, but I'm kind of happy that Rook's nomination got pulled. There are other equal or better options to run NASA. And Rook being available for Polaris again is very positive for Starship development. That's fair, Neanix. Maybe, a lot of people said on Monday when we talked about this, a lot of people said, oh, dude, I think Rook dodged a bullet. I think that's a very astute thing to say. Good. You know what's going to be really funny? When he lands a Starship on the moon before NASA does. That's going to be real funny. I don't think there's a better person to run NASA. I think Mike Griffin... If I had to choose between Jared Isaacman and Mike Griffin. Oh, that would be a tough decision. But now that Jared's out, we don't need to make that decision. Wouldn't that be a breach of contract, HLS and all? I don't know. Maybe he'll do a lunar flyby. What is the actual reasons SLS has costed so much throughout the years? Lack of experience? I think Mike Griffin would be a great pick. Mike understands public sector space programs very well. He's the one that got the shuttle running in the mid-2000s on a regular schedule, and he championed the Constellation program. I think his ideas about holding the high ground in space with a civilian space agency are very good, and much of my ideas are derived from his and Homer Hickam's thoughts about spaceflight. Like, those are the closest things I've gotten to a mentor when it comes to space policy. That and, the people that work in the industry and chat. Is there anyone that isn't ancient? I don't know. Zovavin. High ground. So, cardiac arrest, what is the actual reason SLS has cost so much? There isn't one. It's all bull crap. Now, you all just looked at me funny. I don't think SLS is too expensive. I can say that to you with a straight face. And I know I just kind of clickbaited everybody pretty hard. I don't think it's too expensive. The reason why comes in, the reason why you're all looking at me funny, because you're saying like, wait, what? The reason why you're all looking at me funny is because everybody said it's so expensive over the last 15 years. It's too expensive. It's too expensive. I can tell you the programmatic reasons why it's too expensive first, and then I'll tell you my opinion after. Or why it isn't too expensive. The programmatic reason is because SLS has been flatline funded for the past 15 years. Well, 12. Let's say 12. SLS really came on the books in 2013, 2014 as a result of the 2010 National Transitional Authorization Act, if you really want to go look. Didn't come on the books until 2013, 2014, after Congress had an aneurysm because someone tried to do the budget proposal in 2010 is exactly what happened. The budget proposal in 2010 is exactly what's happening to NASA now. And Congress, as a reactionary thing, legislated a rocket into law as a result of the 2010 Authorization Act. That's the other reason why I don't think that budget proposal is going to go through. Last time I saw a budget proposal like this that gutted NASA in the name of commercialism, in the name of commercial space programs, Congress reacted really badly, and we had SLS. I don't think that's going to change. It's very clear that Congress really likes spending our money, so I don't think that's going to change at all. Now, back to programmatic reasons. I think that SLS has been flat funded. That is not, by NASA's own standards, that is absolutely not how a program works. It's not necessarily technical expertise, even though that has a lot to do with it. The biggest reason why SLS carries that seemingly ridiculously expensive price tag is because in order to fund a rocket correctly, there's a certain budget cycle that you have to go through. This is NASA's Systems Engineering Handbook. This is free on the internet. I have a hard copy. I have no idea where it came from. So, check this out. This is NASA's own development cycle, right? This is the own development cycle. Now, this graph doesn't exactly represent what I'm talking about here, but if you look at this graph. Sorry. If you look here, this is percentage funding over the course of a program, okay? Kind of chromaing out. Percentage funding through the course of the program. So the funding ramps up. And by the time you get to your operational readiness review, and then your once you get through your ORR and start doing operational missions, that should be the most expensive point. Now, what this graph particularly says is that the further you get between, I have an idea to make this space program, and then your operational readiness review, which is the last review before you launch the first test flight, right? The further you get into that process, the more expensive it is to change. That's what that graph says. But this also shows you that your most expensive point of funding should be right here, right after your operational readiness review. Once the ORR goes through, you're not developing a rocket anymore. Now you get into operational costs, which is what, once again, that's what that graph says. You get into operational costs. And operational costs usually account for about 50% of the program's budget. So you're using 50% to engineer and build out what you need, and then the other 50% to launch it over the course of its life cycle. The next thing in there is disposal or decommissioning of the program. Now, what that funding curve should look like. Okay, here, take a look. Say we have SLS funding versus time. The ideal scenario here, if we have delta T and we have dollars over here, so you're changing time. So this is time. Actually, not really delta T, but you get the idea. It should be just T. But you could put delta T there, whatever, it doesn't matter. How this should look is something along the lines of this. Give me one moment. Let's do a green line. So your Preliminary design review. It's called a PDR. PDR is here. Okay. Let's say your PDR is here. How this should work is your funding should ramp up through development, right? And then it should peak right here. And guess what that is? That's your ORR. That's your operational readiness review. Right there. Peaks at ORR. And then you move into your operations. And then what your funding should look like is something along the lines of this. You have a ramp down in funding. And then once you get to this flatlined point right here, that's basically when the program is operating as intended and everything's good, and the funding eventually goes all the way down until you hit your disposal and end of life. Disposal readiness, or I think it's called a DRR, I forget the acronym. And then your program ends right here after a certain amount of time. So, let me add some dates to this just to be sure. Let's say 2013 is over here, and let's say we're right, I don't know. Let's put 2025 right here. Now, if you pay attention to this graph, right, and we put 2025 over here, and then let's just say the disposal is not even close. They wanted to fly SLS for a very long period of time. So let's just say that green line just keeps going ad infinitum over here. Just keeps going that way. All right? It just keeps going over there. Right? We are right here. Now, let's just, we'll fill in some blanks. Let's, please excuse the crudity of this graph. It's not built to scale. So let's say 2020 is right here. Let's say, I don't know, it's not to scale. Let's say 2017 is right here. Okay? That's more or less right. Just bear with me. Better to show this plot? Sure, we'll do. Yeah. Yeah, I will show that. Good diagram showing the cost of SLS in Orion. Yes, I will show that as well. Thank you guys for all the links. Rockets are awesome. I can see that link. Okay, so SLS came around in 2013. They said they were going to have the first mission in 2017, and then they would enter operations around the moon basically into the 2020s. So we should be, basically, SLS should be flat funded at this point, right? It should be flat funded. We should be somewhere over here with multiple missions to the moon at this point, but we're not. Why are we not? Here, I will show in red basically what SLS funding has done over time. Actually, it's basically up until about here, it follows the curve basically to a T. And then it's doing that. Let me make that line. That's not straight enough. Yep. Do you see anything wrong with this? From a programmatic standpoint, this is a colossal screw-up. The reason why is because this rocket was legislated into existence. It wasn't. It's not built with a goal in mind. It's built with the idea is to build it. That's the goal. You have a fragmented, completely incomplete space program. No upper stage was designed for this thing, hence the flat funding. Now, if there's any calculus majors out here, you guys do the math out here. Well, I mean, this graph isn't to scale, so if we did do this to scale, and we did do the graph here, well, if you take this entire surface area of crap over here, right, you take the whole surface area of nonsense over here, right, and you tried to pile it into this area right here, well, guess what? You shoehorn all this, your operational readiness review goes out the window. It definitely doesn't happen in 2016. You try to shoehorn that amount of area into here, and guess what? Where does your ORR end up? Because you're pushing it down over here and trying to fit everything, your ORR ends up over here. And guess what? Sometime in the early 2020s is when it gets pushed to, sometime around here. When did Artemis 1 launch? There you go. There's your problem. From a programmatic standpoint. the program has been flat funded, and the flat funding is only keeping up with inflation, which is stupid. If the president's budget request goes through, SLS funding could potentially do that, which is not going to help. Throwing money at the problem at this point is not going to fix it. The time to do that was 8 years ago. Sorry, I paused chat. The time to do that would have been 2016, 2017, but we didn't. Technically, the budget for NASA over the last 5 years hasn't even kept up. That's actually a good point, Rocket. The budget kind of looks like this. It kind of tails off, which is not great. It's not even keeping into account inflation. That's a very good point. So that's what the budget looks like. And as SLS moves closer to an operational status, you could potentially figure it out over here. And it could move into routine operations. This is what I'm saying needs to be done. This is where I derived my entire thesis about SLS launching more, not less, from. It comes from right here. If you gave SLS a bump in funding to resort and retool the contracts, the funding would probably look like this, right? And then it would level off. This funding here is to purchase and procure the long lead items needed to run operational missions throughout the 2020s, or for the rest of the 2020s, I should say. No one's going to do that because nobody wants to fix the problem. So there you go. A programmatic reason why SLS is why SLS has problems. Now, why is SLS, you're asking me, the original thing here was, why is SLS so damn expensive? And I could show the other graphs that you guys linked up to. Why is it so expensive? Well, it's not. It's not expensive. What you're seeing here is the shifted costs of not funding the program correctly. Here's the actual numbers. SLS versus Saturn V versus Orion versus the Apollo Command Service Module. Do you see how the CSM and the Saturn V do that thing, that bell curve thing, and then but the one side of the bell curve comes down a little bit higher than initial funding because you're pivoting into operations. Look at SLS and look at Orion. Now, Orion's uptick right here would have been from the Constellation program. Right? That would have been the increase in funding. If 2004 was over here, it would have been a slow increase as the shuttle operations ramped down. Orion funding would have ramped up, culminating in an Orion mission probably in 2013, 2014, 2015. That probably would have been a thing up until about 2008, 2009, where, look at that, they flat funded it. Oh, that's weird. Constellation wasn't even canceled at that point. Constellation cancellation happens over here. Do you know why they got rid of Constellation? Because of underperformance. They said it would have been too expensive. Yeah, well, guess what? Any program is going to underperform if you're trying to build a goddamn Ferrari with the money that it takes to buy a Honda Civic. Sure, of course it's going to underperform. Yeah, thanks for that one. Really appreciate it. If Orion had followed its prototypical funding and had followed like what would be ideal funding and gone up here and then come back down, I have no reason to believe that a flight wouldn't have happened in 2014, 2015 on an Ares 1Y. Sure, why not? Why wouldn't it have? SLS is the same way. You see, 2010 through the 2010 Transitional Authorization Act is really when this started to go up. It could have gone up here. If you trace it compared to Saturn V, it can go up here and come back down here, and you get to your operational readiness in 2017, just like I said. See what I mean? This right here is 1968 if you're following the Saturn V's funding here. That's 1968, and that's really when the Saturn V started transitioning into operations. This is operational transition here for the CSM. Right there. So that would have gone down over here, but then they decided to pull the rug out from the Apollo program, so they just defunded it completely. All this funding right here is for the Skylab missions and that political nonsense project, the Apollo-Soyuz test project. This little block right here is ASTP and Skylab. which is basically here, have the scraps of the Apollo program and do something with it. So, Planetary Society, same thing. Look, flat funded, no good. See Orion? Look, Orion, boop. See, it's starting to go up, and if it peaked right here, you would have hit an operational status in 2014, 2015. It would have taken a little longer to get Ares 1 operational. We would have had a return to flight, and frankly, a quite smaller stopgap if we just kept going with it. But we didn't do that. Why? Because commercial can do it for cheaper. Do you see do you see what I'm trying to say? I'll be candid again. This history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. What we're going through right now is the same nonsense that we went through in 15 years ago. People have a short memory. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing, but the guy in the White House has an R next to his name instead of a D. It's the same nonsense. This is what I mean when I say, like, Rook would have been a great confirmation if he had chosen to fix the problems at NASA. He would have been a great NASA administrator. I would be kind of remiss to say that I'm not sure if he would do that. I'm sure he would champion commercial, and there's nothing wrong with championing commercial. But the guy that's running the public sector space flight program probably shouldn't be championing commercial. Would Rook have done that? Don't know. I don't think he would have. I think he would have tried to fix things. But, I mean, I don't know. That ship sailed already, so we're never going to know. What's wrong with Apollo-Soyuz? Nothing is wrong with Apollo-Soyuz cheeseburger. The implication that I was trying to subtly lay down is that ASTP is a waste of time. What you should have kept doing is just keep going with the Apollo program. It would have probably cost the same amount, and you could still do ASTP and also not surrender the damn moon. Does that make sense? So, to answer the question, is SLS too expensive? No, it's not too expensive. It's not funded correctly, and it seemingly carries a heavy price tag. And certain pundits out there, Eric Berger, I'm looking at you, have been saying that SLS is a waste of time for the last 15 years. All that's doing is giving fuel to the fire for somebody to basically defund NASA. What was the budget proposal again? Oh, yeah. History is repeating itself. This is the exact same stuff that they said about Constellation 15 years ago. It was wrong then, it's wrong now. There's nothing. With that being said, I don't wear a SpaceX shirt for no reason. There's no reason that commercial can't coexist and commercial space should be championed, right? Public-private partnerships between NASA should also be championed, but NASA needs to have its own thing. It needs to have its own space program. That is quintessential for scientific research and understanding. The commercial program will get you far, to be sure. But I do not want to subject humanity's understanding to the whims of capitalism. I don't necessarily think that's a good idea, and I like capitalism. And I love what SpaceX is doing, and by no means should they take their foot off the gas pedal. Keep going. If you eclipse NASA, so be it. So be it. Whatever. And now he's complaining about funding proposals. Yeah, this is what I mean. Eric Berger's sources are amazing. I will never doubt his sources ever again. Ever. I really don't necessarily agree with some of his conclusions, though. Which is fine. It's okay to disagree. It doesn't mean I hate the guy. I think he's a great writer. Freaking damn good. Everybody says his books are good. Now, I haven't read his books, but everybody says he's a fantastic writer, and I've read his articles. He's a good writer. He's damn good at it. Mark Gurneau died? That sucks, man. He flew on the shuttle in the 80s, dude. Oh. Seriously, I hate that. It isn't hypocrisy, but it sure feels like it. People say, cut SLS, NASA useless. Now that NASA appears to be getting cut, it's all shocked Pikachu face. Yeah, Rocket Guy, that's the real thing that I think is quite funny here. Yeah, that's hilarious. All the people that have been saying, don't, get rid of SLS, get rid of SLS, get rid of SLS. Guys, politicians don't know the difference. That's why I've been a proponent of SLS for the last 10 years. Politicians don't understand the difference. All they understand is, oh, if I get rid of this, I save money and I look good in front of my pundits. Oops. So, final conclusion to this question. Sorry, it needs to be said. It's especially, I've said that, I've given this explanation many times on stream. But I think it is especially pertinent now. Is SLS too expensive? No, it's not too expensive. Do you know why? What are you comparing it to? What is it expensive compared to? The Saturn V? Is it expensive compared to that other moon rocket that we have? Starship? You'd be off your gourd if you didn't think that Starship cost $1 billion to launch right now. You'd be out of your freaking mind. Starbase is a multi-billion-dollar operation, easily. SpaceX is probably, this is a conservative guess, they've probably sank $10 billion into that program easily by now. I mean, look at the hardware, look at Starbase. There's no way they haven't spent at least $10 billion on this. And don't get me wrong, it's being funded by Starlink, and that's great, dude. Sweet, keep doing it. I'm not saying don't. But you'd be crazy to think that developing a rocket, a super heavy launch vehicle that's designed for going beyond low Earth orbit is not a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. It's always going to cost billions of dollars to develop these things. Now, remember what I told you about programmatic things. So, cardiac arrest. Remember what I told you about programmatic. It's been flat funded, right? The interesting thing here is that NASA's developmental costs, the way NASA does funding, NASA's developmental costs get roped into the total cost involved of price per launch. This is economics now, just basic spaceflight economics. Long story short, if the vehicle costs $50 billion to design and NASA launches it once, that launch will carry a $50 billion price tag. That makes sense? Any NASA program that utilizes NASA design facilities, so SLS uses Kennedy Space Center, the SLS program's funding is roped into the utilities cost for the VAB. The SLS program keeps the lights on in the VAB. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And OSB-1, and OSB-2, and Pad 39B, and the Kennedy Space Center proper, along with the Orion funding. That's how the funding gets allocated. You're looking at TCI per launch, total cost involved. If you launch 4 times, that $50 billion of development is split 4 ways. Okay? If you launch it 10 times, it'll get split and cost will go down. Remember our funding arc. If you move into operational missions, the more you launch it, the more your price per launch goes down. SLS carries a seemingly heavy price tag right now because of infrequency of launch. You launch it more, the total cost involved goes down per launch. These first launches will be expensive, but the other ones in the future will not. In fact, I contend to say that if we manage to spike funding and ramp SLS up to SLS's production with a better upper stage to 4 launches a year, I would conservatively estimate that you could probably get SLS funding down to like maybe $500 million a launch, which is pretty damn good for a vehicle that goes to the moon. The real big thing would be simplifying RS-25s, but they're already working on that with the RS-25E program. SLS is not too expensive. It seems like it's too expensive. And people that don't like SLS have been saying it's too expensive for the last 10 years. It's not too expensive. Do you know why? Because it's better to have a moon rocket than not have it. Anything is expensive if you don't like it. Does that make sense? Sorry for the long response, but it's true. Where'd you get this handbook? I have no idea how I got this. You can get this for free from NASA's website. Just type in NASA Systems Engineering Handbook. You download it for free as a PDF. I have no idea how I got a hard copy of it. I have no idea where this came from. Someone gave it to me. I don't know who gave it to me. If you gave this to me, send me a DM so I can thank you. All these comments about being too expensive ignore something to the core of the entire public sector. The public sector, when managed correctly, is there to spend money to invest things that companies won't, or saving it from massive costs, with the final result of making more money with which they can tax to repeat the cycle. Bingo. Yeah, exactly. So by definition, exactly, Aqualex, by definition, SLS is not too expensive. By definition, SLS isn't expensive enough. Interesting, right? Does that make sense, cardiac arrest? Thank you very much for your answer. You learned a lot. Yep. And
Discovery,
this
go and
particular
throttle up.
reason is why I like SLS, but I also like Starship. People think that's a false dichotomy. I think that's completely wrong. Or like you're having some type of cognitive dissonance if you like SLS and Starship. Well, first and foremost, piss off. I like rockets. I want more rockets, not less. Second of all, SLS carries a seemingly expensive price tag. Do you know how much that bolsters the entire aerospace industry and basically enables the commercial industry to do what they do? NASA needs parity. If they can't do what SpaceX can do, no politician will fund NASA, and NASA will fade into oblivion. Period. Full stop. This will happen. And that's what I mean about solving the problems at NASA. I say I would go, if I was NASA administrator, I would go into HQ and I would fire everyone. Everybody. It'd be like the end of Mr. Deeds. You're fired. Oh, you, sir, you are definitely fired. Oh, flat funding, you're fired. The reason why is because the only way to fix this problem isn't to constantly beat the drum of public-private partnerships, which is what NASA's been doing. They've been riding that roller coaster for the last 15 years. That's not the answer. That is circumventing the problem. The problem is that inherently NASA doesn't work because they've had no goals. Nobody has done a President Kennedy. Nobody, because it's not politically convenient. Well, the funny thing is that do you think the Apollo program was politically convenient? People called Kennedy a nut bar after his speech in 1962. Look what happened. We're still talking about it a half century later. More than a half century later. In a weird way, cutting NASA willy-nilly would make the budget deficit worse as impacts of reduced taxable economic activity come to a head. There you go. Is it just me or is the audio to one side? Test. It looks like it's favoring the right channel just a smidge. Just a little bit. So guys, what needs to be done is that NASA needs to be overhauled completely. No one is willing to do this because nobody has the political capital or nobody wants to take the political risk of doing that. That's the problem. NASA needs a goal. NASA needs to be overhauled from the ground up. That's the big problem. Yeah, I'm willing to point that problem out. And I just showed you how it could be solved. Bring it around town. Or we could just do mic tests all day. Bring it around town. And this and that and this and that and this and that and then. Technique. Dude, I got a shotgun mic. So we can do cool binaural stuff with it. Oh. Kicking the can down the road is basically what we've been doing since Challenger. Yeah. The shuttle program was ramping up in operations, and then Challenger happened. No, we got to make it more safe. And then NASA's just been L after L after L after L since. I'm amazed it still exists. End of Apollo. It doesn't matter. Yeah, yes, technically, I think they could have fixed it with the shuttle program. If the shuttle program had worked and moved into operational missions a little bit later down the road, and they had really gotten the reuse stuff figured out. Which guys, at this point, just on a quick side note, everybody says, "Oh, the shuttle was tried to be reusable and it failed." Well, yeah, of course. If you don't want it to be reusable, it's not going to be. If you want it to be refurbishable, it's going to be refurbishable. The shuttle very clearly, with the right funding and programmatic management, could have been made to launch as quick as Falcon 9. I firmly believe that. And I know people can say, it's the tile problem, the foam. What about the tiles and the foam and the SRB and the O-rings? Okay, so one, the O-rings that got Challenger. The Morton Thiokol engineers said, don't launch them. Don't launch them in the cold. We didn't engineer them to launch in the cold. You don't go off-roading in a Prius. You know why? The engineers designed it for fuel economy on a road, not on dirt. So they launched it into cold and it freaking blew up. Good, great, grand, wonderful. This is what fixing NASA does to a guy. I lost my train of thought. Two, the foam. Those foam problems would have shown up with more robust testing of the external tank. In fact, NASA's infrequency of flight is what caused the foam delamination. Scrubbing a bunch of times because the vehicle isn't operationally reliable. Because it turns out when you engineer an F1 car and you try to go get groceries with it, it doesn't work correctly. Weird, huh? And then the tiles falling off. They figured that problem out by the end of the program. You know what the solution was? Injecting Thompson's water seal into the porous tiles. I'm not kidding. If you look at a picture of a space shuttle, the shuttle tiles, some of them have a dot in the center. What they did was they re-injected the glue into the tile to displace the water out. Dr. Phil Metzger on X is the guy that helped figure this out. He's a professor at UCF. And his X account's amazing if you really want some hard nerd stuff. I've never met that guy though. I'd like to shake his hand. He's cool. They worked on re-injecting tiles and they used Thompson's water seal. They used Dex Sealer to help displace water out of the tiles because the tiles were so porous. The silica tiles were so porous they were almost like sand, and sand absorbs water. They had the same problem with shuttle tiles. They had the tile problem solved by the end of the program. Those are the three big things that doomed the shuttle program, and those three big things come from not flying it enough. Because like I said, I like working on cars. What is the enemy of any car? Well, first of all, salt. Right? If you don't take care of it and you drive around with salt, it's not going to work right. Second thing, absolute worst thing you can do to a car, let it sit. Let it do nothing. Car is designed to be driven every day. Or at least once a week. If you leave it there for any longer, you're going to start running into issues. The battery's going dead. Etc., etc. Pedestrians, no. Cyclists, no. We've had that conversation. We don't need to have that conversation. So, there you go. Guys, once again, anybody can point out problems. I try to give solutions. The solution here to fix SLS and fix NASA inherently is to basically refactor the entire thing. The entire thing needs to be refactored. Refactored and expanded in the interim time. That's the truth. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. Speaking of launch vehicles, you were talking yesterday of redoing a modern shuttle, and it got me thinking, could we attach it to Super Heavy as Super Heavy as its external tank? You're going to run into some plumbing problems, T-Man. Tank foam was another example of them going outside of rated operation too. The tank wasn't rated for as many fill and empty cycles as they put it through, and they went, it's fine. Yep. And even so, Oglex, if they had gone and launched it more, maybe it wouldn't scrub as much because it wasn't designed to scrub as much because the shuttle was designed to be launched once a week. Guys, the shuttle program. Okay, so think about this for a second. The shuttle program was supposed to be doing what Falcon 9 is doing right now. Routine access. Once a week. Launch satellites, DoD missions, whatever. That's what it was designed to do. That's why they built 4 orbiters. Because the orbiter turnaround time takes about a month. As originally envisioned. So, you have 4 orbiters, you launch 1 each month, right? And you do that for 12 months, right? It makes 48 missions a year. That was its benchmark. That's what it was designed to do. They almost did it. They got close-ish. The shuttle was designed to be turned around in a month. And we did see Mike Griffin do that with NASA in the late 2000s when they were building the space station, which is pretty cool. They didn't ever fly that much. But by 2008, 2009, we had pretty routine shuttle missions once every 3 months. That's good enough. If you allowed it to ramp, you could have gotten it up to 4 missions a month. Yeah, of course. They almost did it during Challenge in the 80s until Challenger happened. It was close. And flying it more, right, gets you better knowledge and understanding of the vehicle. The vehicle design matures with every flight, right? And it's going to take a certain amount of flights for the design to mature correctly. You're always going to have teething problems with every single spaceship. Look at Starship right now. There's teething problems with that, or shaking problems, whatever. Dragon had teething problems. A Dragon 1 blew up on the test stand. Starliner has... Starliner has teething-ish problems. You know, jokes aside, you know what the problem is, the Starliner? You guys aren't going to like this. The commercial crew program, firm fixed pricing. Starliner is flat funded. Oops. Same exact problems as SLS. Why do you think it's so far behind schedule? Whoops. But no, it's got to be that, you know, that they dropped the ball. They have no idea what they're doing. Well, yeah, of course they have no idea what they're doing. You didn't give them enough money to figure out how to do it. Sorry. Oops. And yes, I know what people are saying. EJ, you're seriously thinking the Starliner program needs more money? Well, yeah, it needed more money 5 years ago. Not now. More money isn't going to fix the glaring problems that are happening with it right now, and they made Boeing pay out of pocket for it. Fixed developmental cost is a really bad idea. Really bad idea. Starliner is a great case in point. SLS is a good case in point. Orion is a good case in point. Heck, the space shuttle to an extent. And the space shuttle still did bump, but for the most part it didn't. You're not getting the vehicle to the right technological readiness level for them to hit operational status. Because your development was flat funded. And you wonder why it doesn't work. Just saying. That's a generous way to put it. Guys, it's an inconvenient truth. Yeah, I know, Al Gore. That's an inconvenient thing. People don't want to hear that. And Boeing does have glaring issues, to be sure, but correlation doesn't equal causation. Boeing commercial space is not Boeing commercial airplanes, dudes. No matter how hard you want it to be. Those are two different companies. They're under the same umbrella, the same parent company, and one could make the argument that incompetency rises to the top. But or not incompetency rises, it's incompetency comes from the top. Incompetency does rise to the top, dude. It's weird. People fail forward all the time. Look at me. Right? Look at the topic we're discussing. This is ridiculous. I'm a moron. I just want to fix my car. You know what I mean? Like, right? But it's true. That's the honest truth, guys. Like, it's not. People don't want to hear that. But Starliner was flat funded. Now, I know what people are going to say. Oh, Dragon was flat funded too. No, it wasn't. It was not flat funded. Dragon 2 was flat funded. But that's because Dragon 1 already existed. Commercial Orbital Transport Services. Now, Commercial Orbital Transport Services is firm fixed price, to be fair. There's no cost plus development for any of SpaceX's spacecraft that are contracted from NASA, as far as I can tell. However, what do we know from SLS for firm fixed pricing over time? If you flat fund the program, all you're doing is just pushing all the goals that should happen all at once from bumping the funding. You're pushing that down the road. That's what happened. And that's a good idea to do with public-private partnerships, because you can slow roll a commercial contractor into a really, really good position where you can really, really pay dividends down the road for having them launch all your scientific payloads into space. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to tell you is that Starliner was flat funded basically since, Commercial Crew came about like 2015, I think. It's been flat funded since. Now, so is Dragon, to be absolutely fair. But Dragon has been Dragon has been getting a constant stream of funding and slow rolling its operational capability basically since 2008, since it got on the books with the Commercial Orbital Transportation Systems contract that actually saved SpaceX back in the day. Boeing tried to shoehorn 20 years, well, not 20 years, it was 10 years of Dragon development at the time, because they had been from 2008 to about 2015. So that was 7 years. 7 years. They tried to do that cold turkey. That's why Starliner is not working. Because if you firm fixed fund things, right? If you do that, you could be sure to kick your deadlines down the road, which is exactly what's going on with Starliner. Teething problems. It happens with every spacecraft. The only mistake that we make is not anticipating that these happen. Somebody at NASA thought it'd be a smart idea to take Boeing, a company that has never engineered a capsule, has no experience with on-orbit spaceflight capability other than a couple of satellite buses from companies that they frankly procured, and operating space vehicles that from companies that they also procured. Just because you're an auto mechanic and you drive a car around doesn't mean you can engineer one. Look at, case in point, look at what I'm doing in the garage, right? Just because Boeing operated commercial spacecraft because they were from the companies that they procured doesn't mean they're good at making one. Boeing's good at making stages. Look at the SLS core stage, performed flawlessly on its first attempt. Just saying. But it was also flat funded, so it took a lot longer. Starliner is going to take a lot longer because Boeing's never made a spacecraft before. North American made all our spacecraft, and Rockwell by proxy later. Boeing never made a spacecraft before. So if you take that number and you extrapolate it, compare it to SpaceX, operational missions should be happening soon with Starliner. The problem is that the thing it was designed to get to might not be there. This really comes from somebody really not doing their homework with Commercial Crew. Now, the thing is that, Commercial Crew was kind of inevitable. You know why? Because we pulled the plug on the program, the public program that was supposed to supplement it. They said, don't put all your eggs in one basket, right, after Challenger. And they say, redundant dissimilar architecture across commercial partners will fix this problem. We have 2 spacecraft for the price of 1. Well, first of all, no, it's not. It's 2 spacecraft. You're getting 2 spacecraft for the price of 2 at this point. But, Boeing paid it out of pocket, so that's not the right way to say that. The right way to say that is you're getting 2 spacecraft for the price of 1, but it takes 2 times as long. If you just funded Orion, we would have redundant dissimilar architecture because Orion would have started flying in 2015, 2016 at the latest if they had funded it correctly. And then we'd have Orion and Dragon. So waiting for Starliner is not a big deal. Now Starliner's a problem. Because guess what? No Starliner, you're back to non-redundant dissimilar architecture. Only way for Americans to get to the space station from American soil at this point is Dragon, and I don't see that changing for the foreseeable future. Does that make sense? SpaceX isn't dependent on contracts or funding. It's got private investors that can give money up front with a promise that reliable income to pay them back. Then there's the high likelihood that if we look into actual cost of Falcon 9 operations, it's much lower than what they charge per contract for it. Of course, Aquilix. Yeah, absolutely. Did Starliner re-enter okay? As far as we can tell, Kirok, sure. This moron appreciates your insight. Thanks, Dave. Crewed Dream Chaser when? Unlikely in the near future. Guys, once again, you can look at me like I'm nuts, but fixed pricing Starliner's development timeline, a fixed price development timeline, if you do a firm fixed price, it's a really good thing to do if you're doing things for the long term. Because if you don't pay up front, guess what? The cost is always going to cost. You want to engineer a car, you're looking at a certain bottom dollar amount, minimum bottom dollar amount for engineering a damn automobile. If you want to build a rocket or a spacecraft, there's always a minimum amount of money that you got to put in. If you try to circumvent this process and you try to save some money, well, guess what? Your timeline goes that way. The more you try to skimp, the longer it's going to take, because every spacecraft has teething problems. It's just going to take longer. It's better to just fund things up front on a developmental scale. And then once you're into operations, you move into firm fixed price procurement. That's the right way to save money here. But we don't do that. Fixed pricing the development of a vehicle is really stupid. That's a really bad idea. Anyone could tell you that. Anybody that knows anything about rockets could tell you that, but sometimes I wonder nowadays, with the people that are in control of the purse strings, I don't think they understand this. Title. That's right, man. Sorry, I've only had all the time in the world to think about this, and quite actually think about it every freaking day, and have been for the past 15 years because I'm crazy. Like, I don't look at me. When I say you got the space bug, well, I got the space bug, and it's damn terminal. It's been terminal for a long time. And then Congress said we got shuttle at home. Yep. While we're doing Q&A, any other questions about this stuff, dudes? Come on, I'm here. Also, NASA previously had cooperational development with commercial programs for contracts, but they forgot about it, as it seems. Yeah, NASA's forgotten about a lot of things, Yuri. It's kind of ridiculous. Oh, dude, Yuri, you actually reminded me. Did you see what the new head of Roscosmos said about Starship Flight 9, dudes? Did you guys ever see that? Did we ever share that here? You know what he said? I think everything will be fine with the Starship program. This stuff takes time, and it's really difficult to do. Give them some time. They'll get it right. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but yeah, the head of Roscosmos said that. Interesting. Yeah, he made a huge public post about this on Telegram, I think it was, or whatever they use. I don't know. I saw a repost of it on X. Write the book, How to Save the Space Program. Wow, reasonable. Yeah, man. Actually, dude, the guy that's running Roscosmos now, it's not Yuri Borisov. Borisov retired. The new dude is a young guy. He's like 28 or something. Yeah, no, that guy gets it. I forget his name. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the new Roscosmos lead. Actually not a complete nut bar like not Borisov. Borisov was okay. Rogozin, nut bar. Don't miss this. Don't miss what? Aerospace, but not space news. Auto Aviation's Phantom 3500 aims to massively disrupt the private jet market. Cool. I'll read more about that later. Dmitry Bakanov. That's his name. Yes, that's him. The main problem is people who control the money are really looking to put money in their pockets and not the space program. Yeah, Shogun, I'm not entirely sure why nobody has come along and said you can do both of these things. Shogun, I'm really failing to get why. Okay, all right. It's very clear that Congress likes spending our money. It's very clear that some like, you know, they like spending our money. It's very obvious. I mean, you needn't look no further than current events in politics to see this. They really like spending our money. They really like doing that. That's fair. I'm not saying that's a good thing or bad thing. I'm trying to be nice, all right? What I am saying is they like doing it. If you went to the major congressional stakeholders of SLS at this point and you said, I want 4 SLS launches a year, that is going to require a funding increase for all facilities involved. SLS uses a lot of different facilities across the entire United States. No congressman in their right mind would say no to that. It comes from priority. That's what makes this difficult. The president has to want to do something like this. You got to want to. If we don't make spaceflight a priority, it's not going to be a priority. It's pretty dang straightforward stuff. Because the funny thing is, guys, is I've been reading about this particular point in history, like what. And I did this because I'm trying to answer this question, Shogun, right? Like, why? So my question is, why can't we do this now? Why can't we do this now? Now, granted, times change, economies change. I get it. I understand that, right? But Congress doesn't seem to care about any of that, right? So they'll fund a program. We just need to make it a priority. You want to increase GDP? That's a good way to do that. The Apollo program revolutionized our entire aerospace industry in the country for decades. I mean, arguably still to this day, right? The president has to want to do it. It has to be a national priority. So I look back at President Kennedy. Like, how did you do this? How did you get this funded? And the funny thing is that there were senators that were like, no, that's stupid. That's going to be so expensive. That's dumb. We don't even know how to launch in space. That's really stupid. Why are we doing this? And then the NASA administrator at the time, James Webb, they named a telescope after him for a reason, went around and said, look, we'll build Stennis in your district. We'll build Stennis in your state. You will have a NASA design center in your state. Your state will be known for smarts. He went to all the people that didn't vote for it to begin with and built NASA facilities there. Texas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama. Alabama already had Army Ballistic Missile Agency. Kennedy Space Center. Aerodynamic research in California. Manufacturing in California. Manufacturing in Louisiana. Guidance systems, electronics control in Massachusetts, my state. He went around the horn and spread the contracts out so far, nobody said no. And then they all voted to fund it. Really weird how that happens. No one has the stones to do this nowadays, but it comes from the top. No one has the stones to do it. Why? Well, guess what? Like I said, there were dissenting opinions about the Apollo program, and everybody called Kennedy a crackpot for proposing that. But it turned out to be the right move. It's true. And in my mind, the only difference, like our political system has not changed much in terms of framework since then. The only thing here is the risk that's involved here. It's the political risk. And that risk aversion is at odds with political expediency. So I don't want to do this because it could potentially fail. And if it fails, I'm screwed. Which is fair, but I mean, we could get into a whole argument about risk aversion in the space program and how that actually ends up getting more people killed, even from a political standpoint, but that's another story. Here's a question. I know we need NASA and we need something like it, but what if you flip the concept on the head and manage to rewrite how NASA works and what they're allowed to do, like being able to accept donations? That could be nice if NASA could accept venture capitalism. That would be pretty cool. But having them be taxpayer funded means they're not beholden to stakeholders in venture capitalism. VCs fund NASA. It would have to be donations. And that means NASA would have to be a charity. Do you want to give more money to the government? I mean, maybe. Some people do. Yeah, I would if I knew it was going to go towards NASA. Sure, of course. War bonds, that's another story. Dude, if we could buy bonds for NASA, I'd do that. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people would. So that's the story of Stennis in your state. You mentioned in the past that NASA needs to catch up with SpaceX. Serious question. Is it even possible at this point? It's always possible. It's possible right now. Lord Gugu, you got to want to. That's my entire thing. You got to want to. Nobody wants to. Nobody wants to fix any of the problems. We want to circumvent the problems because why solve things when you could, just get a quick W? Not many geniuses want to work at NASA anymore, and that is inherently the problem. Public-private partnerships only work when NASA is strong and healthy. A NASA that's completely beholden to private space programs to go anywhere in the solar system is not going to get you anywhere. Serious. Okay, case in point. Would Dragon 2 and Starliner exist if the ISS was never built? No. Hard no. No, they would not. Would Falcon 9 exist if the ISS didn't exist? Nope. Hard no. Sorry. Nope. No, it wouldn't. They needed a reason to fund commercial public-private partnerships. The reason was for logistics and movement. But it's because the ISS exists. I need my bed now, way past midnight. Good talks, though. All right, Everest. Good night, buddy. Literally and figuratively, without the ISS, SpaceX would not exist at all. They would have gone bankrupt a long time ago. I'm just saying. That's a good call, man. I mean, the specific context was NASA, but yeah, of course, that's good. The risk is losing power, and they don't want to lose power. Yep. Yep. We need to change how it operates. Make it more like Roscosmos. I do not want to do that. Roscosmos is a state-owned corporation, still beholden to shareholders. That's with the state as the majority shareholder. I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, maybe. I wouldn't do it fully, Aqualex, because you're not building redundancy into your space program at that point. But I'll finish what you're reading. Like USPS or Amtrak. I think when I say move around, it's job is it stands mostly government. There's no incentive to saving money because it's just less money next year. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I guess I understand. I'm not sure if that's the prescription to this sickness, dude. Without SpaceX, no Starlink, and more importantly, EJ, we would not be able to say supersonic retro propulsion. That's the most important part, David. NASA needs to spend the money to build out these facilities that the commercial contractors can go to and from. I.e., NASA needs its own rocket to be able to build its own moon base that Starship can go and drop supplies off at, or Blue with SLD. Without these things, there's no expediency to get any of this done. Other than a deadline, but when's Artemis 3 supposed to happen? Frick all if we know, it was supposed to be 2024, and then we decided no. And look at that. The second we postponed the program, the deadline became blurry, and now we're not seeing any... Like, have we seen any progress with HLS? I mean, SpaceX is probably working on it, but... I mean, they got to get the thing to get into space first. That's kind of... Or get into orbit first. That's kind of important. I mean, SpaceX is the only one that understands the expediency in this regard, because Elon is hell-bent on seeing the surface of Mars before he dies. Which is fine. That's fine. I love SpaceX. I'm not saying anything bad. But I will say that in terms of commercialization, they're an anomaly. What other commercial partnership has done anything like them? Even remotely. They're in the same boat as Boeing, right? Starliner. Yeah, same exact thing. Look at the difference. Just saying. More like, not exactly like. We can come up with something new. It doesn't have to be exactly what's come before. Yeah, but Oculus, my whole idea of giving NASA more money stems from achieving parity with commercial partners. Your VC is going to go to commercial partners, right? And your public sector funding comes exactly from the public sector. So it comes from Congress. I would like to have separate monetary systems between my public and private sector programs in terms of funding. The reason why is okay, I'll give you a case in point. What if somebody's a huge shareholder in NASA, right? Let's say a non-consequential amount of money, and a new president gets elected that they don't like, and then they pull their funding. Then what? Sure you want to do that? I don't want to do that. I don't think it's a good idea at all. How concerned should we be that Admana and Aqualex are agreeing with each other? I don't think you should be concerned at all. SpaceX is unique because their business goal isn't to make money, it's to get to Mars, which is ironically what NASA should be, Bill, but yet we are citing cost here per launch as a incriminating thing for why NASA doesn't work. That's weird. Strange. Anyway, weird to have a company that with the express goal that isn't just making money. That's the whole reason why NASA should exist. SpaceX is doing NASA's job. Has similarities to current condition. Go to Mars, go to Leo, go to an asteroid, go to the moon every 4 years or so. Nova, what are you saying? How concerned should you be if you, Nova, were the reason that Rook is out? Also, I caused the Flight 9 booster to fail. I would kick you right in the scrotum in Minecraft. SpaceX is a tax for space? No. I wouldn't say they're a tax for space. Was that in response to something I said? I don't think that's what I... Anyway. SpaceX has the correcting factor of if they run out of money, they can't get to Mars, so they have to spend wisely. There you go. It's almost like NASA should run the space program that way. Not necessarily about profit, but about, you know, going further into space. Seems like they missed the memo on that one recently. Hey, Tico, 21-month resub. Thank you. We need Artemis 2 first. I mean, we just got to remember, even if the proposed budget cuts go through and they do can Artemis after Artemis 3, that means we still get to the moon, which is pretty sick. And to be honest with you, by then Starship should be fine. That means SpaceX can get to the moon if Artemis 3 happens. And if SpaceX can get to the moon, sure, that's fine. Now, I know that kind of goes against everything that I just said, right? My method of public-private partnership and parity between these, dissimilar architecture between public and private, I think is the most sustainable way to explore the solar system, because we are inevitably coming to that point. Is that the way that'll happen? Probably not. I wouldn't put much eggs in that basket. It's most likely going to be commercial exploring the solar system as of June 4th, 2025, from what I can tell. But here's the thing. I am going to celebrate if we go further into space. So if they cancel Artemis 3 and Starship is our means to the stars, all right, whatever. That could have repercussions down the road, but at least somebody did it. You know, like, and that speaks to another thing, and this is what I was trying to say on Monday. I didn't really have a clear head on this. Guys, Rook's nomination getting pulled sucks. It's pretty bad news, and especially if it was something petty that's really dumb, right? But also at the same time, all right, so what? Now, if it's one thing I learned as a spaceflight fan, you should not count your chickens before they hatch. In 1968, everybody running the Apollo program thought we would be on Mars by the 1970s. In 1985, everybody thought with the shuttle, we'd be back to the moon by the 1990s. In 2005, everybody thought we'd be back to the moon by 2018 with the Constellation program. Do not count your chickens before they hatch. Right? What I'm saying, my proposed way is to lay more eggs, because one of them is likely going to give you a healthy chicken. More rockets, more better, like what Jack says. That's what I'm trying to tell you, right? So be careful. But also at the same time, there's not much here that would stop SpaceX at this point. I really don't think. There's no engineering challenge, certainly, and it's definitely not funding either. So I think SpaceX getting further into the solar system, and Blue Origin, for that matter, is a pretty safe bet at this point. It would be really nice if NASA would go with them as well. Just saying. $1063.26 for tonight's Falcon 9 launch. We do have a Falcon 9, don't we? Yes, we do. In about 35 minutes. We have Starlink 11-22. Hell yeah, man. At this point, I'll be happy to see boots on Mars by the time I'm 75. I'm 39 now, so I'm not too optimistic. That's what I'm saying, Edmana. You know, people don't like Elon, I get it. But if SpaceX does it, good. At least we got further, man. At least we got further. Okay? Because this bullcrap sitting here 56 years on from going to the moon is ridiculous. I don't know about you guys. I mean, I was born in 1988. I mean, I know you're a little older than me, right? I was born in 88. And I'm fed up with it. There have been spaceflight fans that have been here since the Apollo, that have been following spaceflight since the Apollo program. Sound off if you're out there. I can only imagine the bull crap that you guys have had to gone through. This is ridiculous. We should be on Pluto by now. This is nuts. We had the technology to do this a half century ago. So, guys, having NASA achieve parity with SpaceX and having NASA go explore the stars with SpaceX hand in hand, that is the best way to go forward. But if SpaceX just does it by themselves or Blue does it by themselves, so be it. Whatever. At least we went further. When Satisfactory. Satisfactory is out of the rotation right now, James. I got too much going on. Hey, Knucklehead, what's going on, man? What the hell's happening here? I'm agreeing with just about everything EJ's been saying all day, even the C channel. It's a U channel, man. I don't know what will happen if it wasn't for commercial space companies. Yeah, Beats. Well, without commercial space at this point, what happened in 2010 would happen again. In 2010 was not a good time to be a spaceflight fan. Even SpaceX isn't bulletproof. Exactly. I was born in '63. Watch Neil take the first steps on the moon. I'm fed up with it. Dude, this is ridiculous. And you know what? You know what the crazy thing is, House? We've been conditioned into thinking that less money for NASA is somehow a good thing. Right now, the current excuse is, oh, give it to commercial. It's cheaper. Yeah, it's cheaper to operate a restaurant if you sell all the damn tables because you made a profit. But the problem now is that you don't have any damn tables. And it's a freaking restaurant. It's easy to say commercial is a cheaper option because you basically sold all the tables. Yeah, Websy, born in '75, still waiting. With SpaceX's rapid iteration cycles, is there limitations in the learning process due to early in-flight issues? Could SpaceX accelerate development by adopting a more incremental approach? Yes and no, Rockets. Their incremental approach is coming in the form of the V3 booster. I think that SpaceX is increasing flight rate right now because they want to get rid of Block 2 designs because Block 2s are pieces of junk. And SpaceX doesn't want to admit that, but they are. Raptor 2 sucks. The Block 2 ship is terrible. The Block 1/Block 2 booster is okay, but it's not... I wouldn't say it's very reflyable at this point. What's my understanding for that? Do I have some insider information? No, SpaceX chose to redesign it with the whole, Pad B thing. That tells me that the Block 1 booster design, despite being awesome and the first boosters to be caught, is not adequate for SpaceX's stakeholder expectations of launching every couple of hours, right? Just like the first Falcon 9 that landed is nowhere near what a Block 5 Falcon 9 can do. Same idea. Have you actually looked into how the USPS funding works? It's a lot like a business, but with its operating goals and primary income coming from the government. Its purpose is to not make money. Postage stamps wind up being more like a toll, cost recovery, not funding. It's to make sure the mail gets delivered to stoke the fires of the economy. They decide how to spend their money and they see benefit from saving money, but ultimately their priorities lie elsewhere. I mean, NASA does the same thing because the scientific return on investment is like 10 to 1. (2010) People still feeling the 2007 economic downturn. We were naive, Home Planet, at the time. And don't get me wrong, I didn't understand what this was going on. Your solution... So NASA is a driver and a stimulator of the economy. So the solution is to gut it wholesale? Okay. In a recession. All right. Good plan. How did that turn out again? Keep in mind we have the benefit of hindsight, but also, yeah, no, that's a good idea. SpaceX is already doing great incremental development, best that can be hoped for with such a complex system. Yeah, that's the dirty secret, Rocket Guy. The incremental fix for all these problems that they're having is V3. That's coming in a couple of months. In the meantime, fire sale. Sell the tables! Which is ironically not what NASA should be doing, but hey, whatever. A little bit of a different analogy, but you understand. You understand the vernacular. EJ's using big words today. Yeah, of course, excessive. NASA is not designed to make a profit. that was the whole premise of the rant that I went on before about SLS cost. SLS is too expensive? No, it's not. Too expensive? Yeah, of course it's too expensive if going to the moon is not a priority. I would argue that it's the price that we're getting for what it does is pretty damn good. Whereas, I mean, if you want to look at it like NASA's a business, which is already a little bit of a weird thing to do, where's your comparison? Where's your market comparison to other rockets in price per launch? What, are we comparing it to the Saturn V? Because it's about the same price, which means that it's not too expensive. Just saying. Just putting it out there. I mean, people don't want to hear this, but whatever, if I'm going to be honest. Agreed, but the people in charge don't see it in that light. That is where the shift needs to happen. Yeah, that's part of the problem, sure. We had over 50 years to improve efficiency. Yeah, you had 50 years to improve efficiency by making something that doesn't go to the moon. So it turns out that after a half century, when you try to go back to the moon again, making a low Earth orbit vehicle and then gutting it for parts and then using that to try to make a moon rocket doesn't really, it ends up carrying a little bit of a price tag. Just saying. I mean, I don't know, just putting it out there. Anyway, we got a launch happening soon. There is a little bit more space news. Actually, speaking of SLS here, take a look. KSC posted this afternoon. Power up complete. Teams have powered up the SLS rocket core stage and SRBs inside of the VAB for the first time. Test verified interfaces across the core stage boosters and ground systems are functioning correctly. We can get to launch with these 10 easy steps. We've completed step 1. All right. What do you think NASA could do if they were allowed to start from scratch and spend as much as the Saturn V? Nuclear propulsion, humans on Titan? Alex, that's a hard question to answer, dude. The reason why it's a hard question to answer is because what's your goal? Depends on what your goal is. Saying you're just going to, you have the price of the Saturn V, well, if we extrapolate that, the goal is just to go back to the moon. I think with the Apollo funding, NASA could go back to the moon just fine. Yeah, easily. But we don't need Apollo funding to go back to the moon at this point. Part of the reason why Apollo carried a heavy price tag is because it built Michoud. It built Stennis. It built Kennedy. They built the VAB. That was included in the price. We don't need to do that. We already have a VAB, so we could, your development cost shouldn't be nearly as high as the Apollo program. With the same amount of money adjusted for inflation, though, as to the Apollo program, NASA could build a base on the moon. They should just do what they should just do. Just pick up where they left off with the Apollo program. What do you think the goals should be? Right now, if I was running NASA or had full control over NASA and its goals for the next couple of years, I would really be focusing on Martian transfer architecture. And I know what people are going to say. What about the moon? You got to test it somewhere. Just saying. You want to build a Martian transfer vehicle? Well, a good way to test that out would be to just send it on a free return trajectory from the moon to test long duration missions and performance outside of low Earth orbit into deep space. Heck, you could even park a transfer vehicle in a rectilinear halo orbit and then use it as a staging platform for exploring the moon with prototype Mars ascent and descent vehicles. To get down to the surface of Mars from low Martian orbit costs a very similar amount of delta V as it does to get to the moon. So, i.e., if you can land on Mars, if you can land on the moon, it's probably a good test ground for trying to land something on Mars. Actually, Mars is probably a little bit easier to land on at this point. The reason why is because it has some atmospheric perturbations. There's some traces of an atmosphere. So if you go and test your Mars lander on the moon, pretty good test for a lander to land on Mars. In fact, it'd be easier. That's what I would do at this point. I would test my Martian architecture out by building a moon base. Really funny story. There's a guy that's building a gigantic stainless steel water tower in the very southern tip of Texas that actually had this idea for it in his Flight 9 post-flight conference a little while back. What's his name? Melon Tusk or something? I don't know. It's a good idea. Because if you're building architecture out to have the Delta V to be able to get to Mars and back, you can easily go to the moon. And the moon is right there. It's right next to us. It's our backyard. Right? You want to learn how to camp when you're a kid. You camp in your backyard first. You don't go to Yellowstone and try to camp there. Because it's not gonna end well. Right? Camp in your backyard first. Learn how to do it. Join the Boy Scouts, so to speak. You know what I mean? Melon Farmer? Yeah, I think that's his name. Land drones and robots on Mars to build a habitation shell from surface regolith. Andy, hi, by the way. I'm pretty sure there's another guy, that same melon farmer, man, Melon Tusk or Melon Musk or whatever. I'm pretty sure he proposed that in his last meeting. The last Starship presentation that happened, Andy, was the first time I've ever seen SpaceX have a render of Optimus on Mars. So, you're not far off, dude. It's good to see you, man. Why don't they build a base on the moon? You don't even need to build rockets, just landers and habitation modules. You could use SpaceX and Blue to launch stuff. I think NASA should have their own rocket because I don't think relying on SpaceX and Blue to get people to your moon base and having them be the only method of transportation to get to your moon base is a smart idea. That's not very sustainable for the future. Hakuto R moon mission is landing tomorrow. All right. Sorry if you already talked about that, but are you going to see the moon landing tomorrow? I already talked about it, Trapo, 5 seconds ago. What time is the landing? I have that information actually teed up. Yeah, Hakuto RM2 is going to try to land tomorrow. Anyway, there were a couple of other questions there. Yuri, what did you say? EGA, imagine if Congress mandates SRBX or Ares 1 new version after Artemis 3 because they would be left with uncompleted contracts for boosters. Ares 1 is a good idea, Yuri. The reasons why I like Ares 1 aren't because, Ares 1's cool looking, it's funny looking, or the reason why I don't like it is because it's weird looking. I like Ares 1 because it was a stopgap. It was a stopgap measurement to rope your developmental costs of 5-segment boosters and cryogenic second stage propulsion into a low Earth orbit launch vehicle. Guys, remember how... So, Yuri, listen to this. Do you remember how funding goes in... It goes up and it goes down. And funding is done on a bell curve, all right? Do you know how Constellation was supposed to go? And this is part of the reason why I like Mike Griffin so much. All right, so let's open up the graph. You have time over here, and you have dollars here. So, take a look at this. Here's how Constellation was supposed to work, okay? Orion funding. Okay, Orion funding goes here, and then it starts going down. Ares 1 funding, right here. And then it starts to go down. And then by the time Orion goes past its operational readiness review, you hit ORR with Ares 1 funding right there. Ares 1 funds the 5-segment SRB. Five-segment SRB. Ares 1 also ropes J2X propulsion into its funding. Right? And then Ares 1 goes to operational missions. Orion goes to operations, right? Ares 1 goes to operations. From there, you make Ares 5. Ares 5 was using RS-68s. RS-68s would need to have been retooled a little bit because of the heat involved with putting 5 of them together. So your development costs go here for Ares 5. And maybe it costs a little bit more. But then it goes back down. Right? Maybe it bumps a little bit more. Right? Okay, no big deal. And then you got to fund the Altair lander to get back to the moon. Altair lander probably doesn't cost that much, but its funding curve would be in here like this. Do you see the pattern here? The idea is that you stage, ironically, it's a weird choice of words, you stage your development costs. That's what Constellation was supposed to do. And that's why Constellation is a good idea. That's why I like Ares 1. Because if you figure out how Ares 1 flies, well, when you go to make Ares 5 fly, the SRBs are already figured out and tested with flight data, and your J2X is already tested with flight data. So when you go to make the upper stage for Ares 5, your propulsion is already figured out. You can retire a lot of risk, and you can retire a lot of funding and time for your super heavy launch vehicle, which, as we know, are supposed to be up here somewhere. That's why I like Ares 1, and that's why Constellation is a good idea. That's why also I like Mike Griffin, because he's the one that came up with that. Question relating to the Super Heavy booster. Isn't there a closed part of the hot staging ring? How are they going to push the booster in a specific direction? I think maneuvering systems, Matt, is their solution for that problem. I think the closed ring was just for the Block 1 boosters because the Block 1 boosters needed to save that propellant. Think about how heavy that hot staging ring is comparatively to the one that we saw in the presentation. That one in the presentation is way less mass. So SpaceX could honestly be afforded to just have the booster kind of go in any direction. Again. That's just a theory, though. I'm not sure if that's 100% what's going on. Sam is relying on the telecommunications industry for good internet access. There you go. I'm allowed to have one good idea a year. So what time is that moon mission tomorrow? Constellation tried to do for Ares 5 what ULA did moving from Atlas to Vulcan, incremental testing. But not just for a singular rocket family upgrade, but for entire architecture, entire fleet family of rockets. It's a good idea. It's a good idea, Rocket Guy. Where's the lander in that? Cirrus, the lander was roped in after post-Ares Ares 5 development. So as Ares 5 ramps down, you would have to ramp your funding a little bit earlier because you'd want your lander to be working on Ares 5 with the Earth departure stage. So you could, if it was me, if I was purse stringing this thing, I would have the lander basically spring up at the same time Ares 5 development ramps up. It would require a slight funding boost, but it's all incremental. That's the point. It's small baby steps. You know what I mean? How's the car going? It's going good, Wolf. We got a lot of the frame rail patched today. I rebuilt the frame walls by additively welding beads back and forth and then grinding it down. That frame rail is really strong now. We just got to plate the bottom of it. Now that I'm really thinking about it, guys, though, I should have just plated it. I should have just plated it. Doing that additive manufacturing thing was took a lot of time. But it was fun. It was still cool. Something I'm really learning with welding is that you ideally want to do the least amount of welding. 2:17 p.m. Central. Oh, that's good. That'll be during the... Oh. Yeah, we might have to have a short automotive stream tomorrow and a longer space news because of the landing. But you're saying it would be all SpaceX with Starship, but there could be other options sooner. Huh? Oh, serious, what the hell are you talking about? What? No, I thought we were talking about how Constellation's incremental funding. What are you talking about? I'm confused. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, I'm bouncing around like between 20 different conversations. You're an interesting Constellation insight. Thanks. Yeah, man. I do like the stick rocket though. Also, I would not have been against if they sold shuttles to commercial. Nobody would have wanted to operate them at that point, dude. But yeah, that would have been cool. They're going to make the ship's ignition sequence do what they said in the stream. That's what they're doing, Fish. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. Well, got to talk to a few friends of mine that are going to college with me. Got 4 on board for the F1 remake project. Manufacturing is going to be the biggest headache. Trey, I love the enthusiasm, dude. I really do. You're not making an F1 engine anytime soon. I'm not saying you couldn't. Nor is this meant to be detracting in any way. Dude, so with rocket science, think about it like this. Build something small first, and then work your way up. Don't try to build an F1 right off the bat. It's going to take a lot of time, and it's going to take a lot of effort, and you're not making any money off of that. You got to put food on the table. Start small first. Trust me on this one. Will you be doing commentary on the Booster 16 static fire? When's that going on? It's just to have some fun. We're doing a space shot in the summer of 2026. Okay. Outstaging was the last minute add-on too. Yep. Did chat die? I think my Twitch chat died. Nobody sent a message in a couple of minutes. Hold on 1 second, dudes. I'm gonna just give it a quick refresh. No, we're not dead. Okay, all right, cool. I see it. F1 in a space shot? Does that guy have more than 24 hours in a day? Nah, it's just an optimistic aerospace engineer. Or future aerospace engineer. Don't worry, the optimism will end by the time you get that AE degree. Trey, I'm not trying to say you can't do it. Just go for that space shot, dude. Focus on that. Don't focus on the F1 thing. Rumors of my demise were greatly exaggerated. No, the F1 is not the space shot. I understand this. The Booster 16 static fires tomorrow. What time's the road closure, Matt? Yeah, I said everything that I need to say. That's why I'm just 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. If it's in the morning, guys, I know I said I'd be out working on the car in the morning tomorrow. I can't. I have something to do. But, do you really want to know what I have to do tomorrow? I have to go grocery shopping. There's no food in the house. There are other things that I need to do. But, yeah, stream's not gonna do the 9 a.m. start, but it'll probably be 11 instead. Damn normie. Yeah, I know. How dare I have to eat or something. So if that static fire happens between 7 a.m. and 11, I'm kind of boned. EJ didn't submit the budget in time. Darius, what were you talking about, dude? With the landing architecture, we're talking about incremental constellation funding, which I think is a good idea. I'm not sure what you were talking about in that regard. As an F1 fan, every time I hear F1 Saturn, I think always about Formula One. Wouldn't you rather just be able to plug in like an Optimus bot? No. No? If anything, Aqualex, I would really like to have a longer day. I find myself going to bed sometimes, and this might be because, you know, like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. My job's pretty cool. I like my job a lot. My job does require a lot of work. It's a lot of effort. And I do make it harder for myself, like by choosing to you know, make car content creation on top of space content. Let's just choose two really difficult things to do. All right, cool, sweet. But also at the same time, dude, sometimes I find myself like not being able to sleep because I'm like, dude, I don't want this day to end. This day went really good. I can't wait for tomorrow. This is gonna be sick. You know, like. So in that regard, I would prefer to not sleep. But I already lose a lot of sleep anyway, so it's fine. Saturn V Formula One crossover. I would like to see 2 Saturn V's race into orbit though. That'd be pretty cool. Amazon Fresh is your friend. And Mana, could I get my groceries delivered? Sure. Will I get my groceries delivered? No. That's where I draw the line. That's solutionism at best. Go shop for your own damn groceries. The exception would be if you don't have the means to. I have the means to go to the grocery store. It's down the street. Okay. Are there any other NSFT members with YouTube or Twitch channels? Phil Sloss has a YouTube channel, Matt. Das has a Twitch channel that he never streams on. No? Rydtek's like, I'm just lazy. Well, at least you admit it. No thanks, I hate the grocery store with a passion. I'll keep using. You hate the grocery store? How do you hate the grocery store? How does this happen? Yeah, Yuri, Phil Sloss's YouTube channel is where I get all my Artemis news. I dislike people. Shop in the morning. No one's there. That's when I do my shopping. I use the self-checkout on anything. I don't talk to anybody. Full of Karens and more. You guys just ain't using the grocery store at the right time. Dude, I'm telling you. You go shopping at 8 in the morning. I'm serious. Go shopping before you go to work. People are going to look. You guys are I can see it through the computer. You guys are looking like, okay. Go shopping before you go to work if you have the means. The only people that are there are little old ladies, and they're super nice. No Karens. That's when I do my grocery shopping. Going grocery shopping at 5 p.m. is quite literally insane. What's wrong with you? I'm not going to lie. You're doing something wrong. Mister, I could shop in the morning. Tori Bruno's starting a podcast, by the way, called The Burn Sequence. Tori Bruno, a podcast launching tomorrow. Oh, sweet. Cool. I go to work at 5:30 in the morning. Then shop when you get out. No one goes to a grocery store at 2 in the afternoon. Yeah, I'll listen to it too. SpaceX is live. Stop yelling at me. Happy Killdozer Day. Tell you what I want, man. Tell you what I'd do with $1 million. I'd buy a Komatsu D335A with a ripper in the back. Damn straight, always wanted one of those. And concrete, I already own the muffler shop. Man, that guy must have been a really good welder. Gone too soon, dudes. SpaceX is live? Oh, yeah? Caterpillar's better than Komatsu? Man, generally I agree. But Komatsu D335As are pretty... That's a pretty good bulldozer. Whoever said Caterpillar is better, they lied. Oh, here we go. Guess what, guys? It's time for lunch. No, launch. I mean, guitars, if someone's going to offer me a D335A, I'm not going to say no. Let me put it to you like that. What type of welder do I use? I have a Lincoln 180i. Ninja Goddamn, I'm from San Bernardino. Right now, I wonder if I'll see it. I guess I'll let you all know.
strong back retract has started.
Have I seen the second stage UI? Does that answer your question, what I typed into YouTube chat, Yuri? Yeah, of course, excessive. Not all heroes wear capes. Some of them make an armored
Discovery,
bulldozer.
go at throttle up.
Have you watched For All Mankind, and if so, what's your favorite vehicle from the show? I just think it's cool that Sea Dragon exists, Matt, but I don't like For All Mankind. They lost me by season 2. The whole premise of the show was an alternative history where the Apollo program doesn't exist. Where the Apollo program doesn't get canceled and it keeps going. And they make the space shuttle. And then it got too Expanse for me. It got too much like The Expanse. I'm like, this is just The Expanse with a different name. Out of all the alternative history that you could think of, the shuttle is what you came up with? The shuttle explicitly exists because the Saturn V got canceled. There is no way that the space shuttle flies if you don't cancel the Apollo program. So it started to get a little too sci-fi for my taste, but it's still a good show.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
Nice, Jeff. That's awesome. Your coworkers don't understand why it's so funny. That's a shame. Would you just look at that? You can see it. Yeah, that's about all you can see. Nader, 16-month resub. Can we launch lunch? Sure. MIG or TIG? I'm using MIG Welding House. There's the bumper sticker, Cyborg. That's awesome. Notes that EJ hates a nuclear-powered shuttle. Once again, Admana, a nuclear-powered SSTO shuttle that goes to the moon is the best that you could come up with? Who wrote the script for this? That's the best you could come up with. That's it? Okay. So let's just come up with this ship that's, like, impossible, that just defies physics. That's it? That's it? That's the best you could do? What kind of nuclear engine did you make? Oh, yeah, the one that's made up.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
That, like, Admana, that's all I'm saying. For All Mankind's a good show. It's a good show, right? But also, at the same time, that's the best you could come up with? You have a blank slate? And basically the Apollo Applications Program to literally show you the blueprint of how awesome this show could be. The Apollo Applications Program, all the cool stuff that came with it, and you chose to make a shuttle. It's wrong! Falcon 9 time. It's wrong! It's wrong! Man, bathroom! I feel very strongly about this. I don't know if you knew. T-minus 1 minute, Falcon 9's going into
Falcon
startup.
9 is in startup.
I just said that. Okay, so the booster flying tonight... Sorry, guys. The booster flying tonight is Booster 1063 on its 26th flight, 37-day turnaround. It's going to land out on Of Course I Still Love You.
Go for launch.
SpaceX's autonomous spaceport drone ship. Launch director reports go. This is the 68th mission for SpaceX this year, and the 502nd mission for SpaceX total.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Pad they're using tonight is Slick 4E, Space Launch Complex 4E at Vandenberg Space Force Base. And with that being said, let's tune in for the launch. I've gone into commentator mode. Watch this. Now watch this commentary.
15 seconds.
Now watch this drive. 10.
10, 9, 8,
Pad deluge system is on.
6,
Sound suppression
5,
water system activated.
3, 2,
Pyrophoric
1.
ignition.
Ignition. And liftoff of Falcon 9. Go SpaceX, go Starlink.
Liftoff. Starlink 11-22. Moving 27 Starlink satellites
Vehicles pushing down
into low Earth orbit. Got a good call for the pitch over here. Falcon 9 is executing its pitch kick. We got good stage 1 propulsion from the propulsion guy. I don't know his name in Spaceflight Mission Control. Anyway, SpaceX's new telemetry show 9 good engines here. 9 good engines and an acceleration at 1.7 G currently. Speed is 3 kilometers in altitude and 800 kilometers an hour.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Good call for power and telemetry there.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
It's a good way of looking at that, Yuri. Should get a call from Max Q here around the 105 mark. Or the 108.
Max Q.
Whatever. Close enough. Acceleration past 2 Gs. 1 minute, 16 seconds into the flight. Falcon 9 traveling at 2,000 kilometers an hour, 15 kilometers in altitude. What is max Q? Max Q is maximum dynamic pressure. It's peak aerodynamic load being exerted on the vehicle via compression load. Basically, Falcon 9 can't move the air out of the way, and it starts making drag up on the top of the vehicle, and it compresses the entire thing. They throttle the engines to mitigate your maximum dynamic pressure to lower it. It's called going into a throttle bucket. After they get through max Q, basically now the engines throttle back up until you get to about now, where they will ramp the engines down in preparation for staging. That's the next sequence of events. As the call that
nominal.
Trajectory is good. The call you just heard right there was Merlin vacuum chilling. Basically, they're priming the second stage engine and making sure that it's thermally conditioned, particularly its pumps and turbine machinery, in preparation for the next sequence of events here. In another 20 seconds, you're going to see the first stage engines shut down. The 9 engines in the first stage will shut down, and the singular engine in the second stage, after main engine cutoff and separation, will ignite. Very quick sequence of events that will be happening here in the next 5 seconds. Also, there's main engine cutoff, stage separation.
Separation confirmed.
Vent lines releasing. The bleed lines releasing from the Merlin vacuum. We got a good upper stage ignition there. White dot. Where's the white dot? Let me see your white dots. Thank you. Thank you. Good upper stage ignition on your second stage here. Good trajectory. T plus 2 minutes, 55 seconds into the flight. Second stage is now traveling at 8,000 kilometers an hour. We're at an altitude of 88 kilometers.
Separation confirmed.
Good fairing separation. Aerodynamic shell exposing the satellites to the vacuum of space. Probably 1062, yeah. Everything looking good here. Three minutes, 30 seconds into the flight. Second stage, 8,700 kilometers an hour at 112 kilometers in altitude. First stage, coasting to its apogee, or highest point in its arc here. Currently traveling at 7,100 kilometers an hour, decelerating to apogee. Altitude increasing at 111 kilometers currently. Right now, 1063 is on its 26th flight. That is its 26th time moving a payload into space. Nice, Wizard. There you go. It's cloudy down there in Baja, California. 4 minute, 20 seconds into the flight. Second stage now crossing 10,000 kilometers an hour at 137 kilometers in altitude. First stage, 6990 kilometers an hour at 116 kilometers in altitude. Do I think they'll test new grid fins on a Falcon? Nah, Falcon 9 grid fin design is pretty much locked. Nice. Nice. Magic number that we're looking for on the stage here is about 27,300 at 100.
Nominal trajectory.
Actually, I'm not sure what the apogee would be for this type of mission. We're looking for 27.3 here, guys. Unless it's going to a higher shell. It's somewhere north of 27,000 kilometers an hour. Now, if you look over there, 5 minutes, 6 seconds into the flight, first stage altitude is going down, speed is increasing. The first stage has gone past the highest point of its ballistic arc, so it's past its apogee on a suborbital trajectory, meaning it's not orbital, it's going to come back down, and it passed the highest point. Now you start accelerating. But if you notice here, Falcon 9 will fire its engines to slow down. Now, why does it do that? Why does it do that? It fires the engines to actually push the reentry heating that's encountered from falling back down into the atmosphere away. It's called supersonic retropropulsion, and in the next 10 seconds, we will see it happen. 5 minutes. 50 seconds into the flight. Second stage, 13,500 kilometers an hour at 155 kilometers in altitude. First stage, initiating supersonic retropropulsion. 7,700 kilometers an hour, 73 kilometers in altitude. Should get a good engine ignition here. One engine first.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
The E9 engine is fired, and then the
Stage
E1
one,
and the
yes,
E5
sir.
engine will ignite. We have 3 engines. 3 good engines for the SSRP. Notice the crazy deceleration that the first stage is encountering here. It's a dynamic heat shield by firing the engines. That's right, Lumbo. Yep, that's it, dude.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
That's a heat shield. It's to prevent the first stage from burning up in the atmosphere. Look at the speeds. Yep. Okay, 6 minutes, 41 seconds into flight. Second stage, 16,500 kilometers an hour at 153 kilometers in altitude. First stage decelerating very, very fast. 4,900 kilometers an hour, 28 kilometers off the deck. I think so, 1062, yes. First stage now encountering the lower parts of the atmosphere. Note that you're getting really, really crazy deceleration. As Falcon 9, that Falcon 9 first stage gets back down lower into the atmosphere, your atmospheric density goes up. There's more air in the way. More air in the way makes more drag, slows down the stage. Stage should be transonic here momentarily until we get the call for the landing burn. 7 minutes, 33 seconds into the flight. 20,000 kilometers in altitude, or 20,000 kilometers in speed on the second stage, 146 in altitude. First stage, 1,000 kilometers an hour, 3 kilometers off the deck.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Stage 1 is initiated. The singular E9 engine landing bird here, punching through the clouds. The low clouds here. At 3,000 feet, I think, if I did that out
Stage
right.
2 is entered
Drone
terminal
ship
gas.
coming into view on the first stage view.
Landing leg deploy.
Got a good call for landing leg deploy. The singular E9 engine steering that booster right to dead center on Of Course I Still Love You. And
Stage
1063
1 landing confirmed.
lives to fly another day, completing its 26th flight, landing on Of Course I Still Love You. Second stage here. 25,000 kilometers an hour, 139 kilometers in altitude, 8 minutes, 30 seconds into the flight. Should get a staging call here and then a call for nominal orbit insertion if they don't cut the cast early, because sometimes they do.
MVAC shutdown.
Okay, there's a good shutdown. 27,319, 139 in altitude. Stage 1, their stage 2 vent down is occurring here. Should get a
Nominal
call.
orbit insertion.
Should get a call for nominal orbital insertion. As Falcon 9 goes over the hill with the Baja California Peninsula in the background, cast should fade out. And that's your Falcon 9 11-22 mission. Nice. Nominal orbit insertion, NOI. You know what that stands for? Nice. Pretty good at that play-by-play. I used to do that a lot, dude. I like play-by-play, doing the play-by-play. I like that, man. What was flapping around on the booster? This is the landing leg shaking around. That happens. That's normal. You can't deploy the landing legs until the vehicle reaches a certain decelerative speed. The reason why is the landing legs will essentially act like big speed brakes. If you don't wait until the last second to deploy those landing legs, when aerodynamic perturbations don't make any difference, the aerodynamic forces force the landing legs back up. So what SpaceX does, they unlock them. The latching mechanism is just undone, and then the flipping mechanism opens later. That's why the landing legs kind of move around, because they're unlocked. Aerodynamics are keeping them in that position. That way they can, the landing legs can deploy they can deploy as soon as possible. As soon as the aerodynamic load being exerted on them gets negated by the decelerating booster, they'll flap open. You can get the legs to open quicker that way. That's why they do that. Or, well, I should add that that's a guess. I don't know if that's right for sure, but why else would the landing legs be flopping around like that before they deploy? Glad to see you're still excited about a Starlink launch. I love this stuff, man. This stuff's never going to get old. Well, dude, I could sit here and talk about space for the next 20 years. I'd be fine. This stuff's awesome, man. I always try to cover as many Starlink missions as I can during the day. Like, if there's one launching at 2 in the morning, I try not to screw up my sleep schedule too much, right? But if it coincides with the stream, I will cover it. The reason why is because I try to remind people that what you're seeing on the screen is not normal, even though we basically think it is at this point. That's not normal. Just 5 years ago, a rocket launching every 2 days was a ridiculous thought. Now it just happens. I want to make sure you realize how cool this actually is, you know? When launches like this happen, the amount of people that would tune in to watch, double the amount of people would tune in to watch. Is this just what happened to the Apollo missions? Launches became something that was cool, but just happens? Yes, that's part of the reason. Of course. Graham is confused in chat about Super Heavy losing a grid fin. Kate, okay. The real easy way to explain this, Graham, is that there's 3 axes. What do grid fins do? They steer the booster, all right? So the booster's flying through the atmosphere, right? That's what the grid fins are there for. They're hypersonic control surfaces, right? 3 axes of rotational movement on something that flies through the air. Yaw, pitch, and roll. That's why you have 3 grid fins. Does that make sense? They needed to eliminate the mass, dude. Super Heavy is... heavy. Very heavy. What's going on? Is there a launch? You just missed it. What happened to them? You passed it. Just now. We're at now. No, it's Starlink 11-22 just launched. Dare I say 2 grid fins. 2 grid fins, you'd struggle with yaw control, Matt. You could potentially get differential braking force from that, from 2 grid fins, like have one grid fin deploy and the other one not, and you could potentially get yaw movement, but it's better to just have one up here. Why start the design with 4? I'm confused, because 4 is what was on Falcon 9, and that's what worked. But one of your stakeholder expectations is to make sure, okay, Graham, this problem, is 4 better? Is 4 more stable control? Abso-freaking-lutely, dude. Absolutely. 4 grid fins are more than 3. That is more effective moment of control on the vehicle when it's flying. Basically, you could steer better with 4 grid fins. Now, with that all being said, and this is really something important to understand about engineering and design, especially in the application of rockets. What's driving your design? What is your vehicle doing? What is your expectations for your vehicle? What do you want it to do? So, you tell me, what is one of Starship's expectations, particularly in terms of mass? Think about this one for a second. I want you to answer this question. I'll try to steer you to the answer like the grid fins would steer Super Heavy to the pad. No reduction optimization on Falcon 9 needed? SpaceX doesn't think so. It's more about control surface area and less about 3 versus 4 when it comes to control. If that was the case, 4 grid fins would be more control surface area then, no? I got the answer. Well, raise your hand off, Leave. Jeez. What do you think this is? A Twitch chat? Oh. So, Graham, lose a lot. Lose a lot of what? What are we talking about here? I already said the answer, so if you want to just cheat that way instead of doing the logic exercise, you could do that if you want. Dead weight to orbit. Weight has nothing to do with it. We're talking about mass. Starship what's SpaceX's expectation for Starship in terms of mass? I'll give you the answer. Mass to orbit. 200 tons. That's what they want to do with Starship. So one of the driving trade-offs here is to sacrifice control movement with your boosters in the name of mass. You try to simplify and add lightness in terms of talk like Colin Chapman, who was not an aerospace engineer. He was a race car designer, but whatever. It doesn't matter. Dry mass. There you go. If you want to achieve 100 tons to orbit, your vehicle, you need a lot of propellant on your vehicle and not a lot of vehicle on your vehicle. Does that make sense? Yeah? The less rocket you have on your rocket and the more fuel you have on your rocket, the more delta V you have. More delta V you have in terms of a fixed dry mass payload, the better. Right? So say your expectation is that it can move 100, 200 tons into space. Well, you're going to need a lot less rocket on your rocket if you're trying to make something that's made out of stainless steel move that much into space, right? Hello? Is it pupper time?
It's pupper time. We haven't had a pupper time in a while.
Oh, Tata!
Bye to puppers.
Hey, buddy. How you doing? Here, can you come up here? No. Can you do everything but come up here?
Yes.
The dog doesn't listen to me. Nobody listens to me. I get no respect, I tell you. Tata.
What are these new Twitch combo things?
I have no clue.
Have people used them?
Apparently.
I feel like they're just trying to be TikTok at this point. Feels like a TikTok thing. Hi, chat.
Yeah, Alex, it's a good point. Yep, yep.
Titan needs onboard cams.
It'd be a blur the entire time. Could they put grid fins in a Y configuration, or is it less effective than a T configuration? I'm sure they could do it. Yeah, next, keep in mind that SpaceX's design is still in flux.
Did all systems just use a combo? Is that what happened?
I have no idea what any of those words mean.
Because he said, let me TikTok, and then I saw that his name is up there. So...
Well, the dog's going to be out of shot. Hey, that's a nice shirt.
Thank you. One person contributed $5. Oh! Sent 11 hearts from All Systems Go, and then they sent 6 little owl things with 30 bits.
Remember, YouTube chat says hi too.
Oh, hi, YouTube chat.
Such a supportive wife? No, she's not. She can't pick me up.
No, I really can't. And here's... Wait. So Spartan with 50... With
yeah,
two people did 50...
So those combos,
time.
right?
What the hell? Sorry. I'm just trying to... I don't understand.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
I want to give this up to TikTok. Can you weld?
No, but I'm sure you could teach me. I'm sure it would be fun.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to.
Yeah.
You're going to get burned.
Yeah, exactly.
Just saying.
Sent...
You know who can weld? My cousin that's the stage manager.
Oh,
she can weld.
that doesn't surprise me one bit.
She can weld real good, actually.
I'm not surprised.
She get her up here and help me.
People do not realize how much a backstage of theater is just like woodworking, metalworking. Like, it's just a shop. Because you have to build sets and stuff. So,
yep. Rigging.
It's
really important.
Yeah.
Brandon, she could pick you up emotionally. That's right. Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, see? That's right. It goes in the square hole.
Brimo got haircut? No, Brimo's hair just cooperates. Today. Sometimes it doesn't.
Bad hair day
and
with hers.
sewing, yeah.
Titan, what are you doing?
Alright, well, I've seen you drop 30 viewers, so I'm just gonna go now. Because clearly Twitch doesn't want me here.
Yeah, but...
Since I started.
But I want you here. She wearing merch? Yes.
I am wearing merch. I don't know if these are still on sale or not. Thank you, All Systems. Are these still on sale? Can you click that link, please? Oh yeah, look at that. If you want one, you too can have one.
You put it on a phone case. You can do all kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah. Alright, anyway. Now that I've shilled. I will talk to you later.
All right, Bree.
Alright, I love you.
Bye, Titan.
He doesn't even care.
Yeah, he does not care. He's busy right now. Probably saw a bunny or something.
Yeah. No, the dog next door. Like,
Oh, he saw little Frankie.
yeah.
Frankie's this little
Yeah.
dog.
He yip the little Frank, and I was like, alright, we'll leave him. So,
Did you go over there?
yeah, I did for a little bit.
Do you have any beer?
No, I didn't.
Oh, that's a shame.
Sometimes you have beer, sometimes you don't.
What?
You got offered it. I said,
You refused free beer? Could have given it to me. All right, love you.
love you.
See ya. Could have given it to me. God, 100 bits. Puppy has been great success at sister's house. The one daughter cried holding it. Only complaint is that the puppy wants to wake up at 5 a.m. for the first potty break. Yeah. You've been wondering why I've been losing sleep. Titan does stuff like that. He's like, hey, he'll just claw at you. Hey, I need something, and I'm a dog, and I don't have thumbs. So it's like, I can't fill up my water bowl because I can't carry it. So, like, could you get me some water? I'm like, Can we get a car wrap that says eat, sleep, launch, repeat? I actually know somebody that has a car wrapping shop. But, EJ, what do you think about EV conversion kits for old cars at affordable prices? I mean, I guess that's kind of cool, dude. Like, that's kind of neat. I mean, the affordable kits that you can swap are only like a 200 horsepower kit. Chevy has the crate kit. They have that, and then Ford has the Illuminator engine. You can buy them, but they don't make much power. So you're taking a fuel inefficient. So you're taking an old V8 that's not very efficient but very simple to operate and replacing it. That doesn't make a lot of horsepower, and you're replacing it with a complicated electrical kit that's much harder to operate, that has dick for battery range and no horsepower. So I mean, that's kind of cool for a novelty, I guess. It's kind of neat. It'd be cool to say, like, you know. Not that anybody would EV swap like a charger or something, but like, oh, electric charger, that's cool. But also, like, if I was gonna swap an electric motor into an old Dodge Charger, it'd be a Model S Plaid engine, or Plaid motor, whatever you want to call it. Because the Charger needs something with horsepower in the 4 figures because race car, right? Like. So, Ace, I don't have a problem with it. I think that's cool. That's just a lot of work. The truth of the matter is that where old cars lack in efficiency, they make up in simplicity. And putting an EV swap into one is complicating things. It's cool for novelty. That's pretty neat. But look, I wouldn't be rebuilding a new car in here, that's for sure. When MSC themed EJ merch? I don't know how we do that without skirting that was a Starlink mission. Without skirting a copyright or anything. Just an FYI, listening to you yap at 2x speed is funny as hell. Do I sound like, I shouldn't say that. Facts don't care about your feelings. Do I sound like that guy? Funny how. Get Nelson, nerd. We had to bill Nelson Elon in the Starship presentation, and I felt really bad about it. Yeah, that guy, no, yeah. What do you think of Jared's slander on nuclear thermal? I'm sorry? Hell's he can what? What? What happened? What did he say? You sound like you drank too much coffee. Well, yeah. So that's not entirely untrue. A V8 Model S. Somebody did that. Somebody from Massachusetts did that. Rich Rebuilds, brain, on YouTube did. He LS swapped a Model S, and he called it Iced Tea, which is it's pretty good, man. Helzikin, what do you mean you give the timestamp? Okay. First game of the Stanley Cup Final is today. Yeah, Creation, I don't care who wins. Either team can win. I'd be cool with it, to be honest with you. I don't mind Edmonton. And if Marchand wasn't on the Panthers, I would be rooting for Edmonton fully. But because my boy's on there, I gotta root for them. Though I hate the rest of them. I hate that team so much. They've caused me torment over the last 5 years. Oh, that was on the All In podcast. Okay. 3455.
Trump to become the fifth.
Okay. What did Brooks say?
Any economic or scientific or national security reasons to stay on the moon and put your energy much more towards commercial industry. Look, nuclear thermal propulsion, I'm not a fan of. I like nuclear electric. Nuclear thermal, to test it, you're spewing radioactive debris here on Earth. It's not going to go over well to anyone. And it doesn't really solve your refueling problem. You still need to top it off with hydrogen in space if you want a reusable space plug. So I don't like that either. And it's subscale. It's a program that sits in a lab forever. Like what you need in nuclear electric, I'm passionate on the subject, is you need us to get back to the good old days. Like we went from the atomic bomb in 1945 to laying the keel on the Nautilus in 1951. 5-6 years. We didn't keep it in a lab forever. We said, you know what? We're going to do big, bold things. And that's what we need to be doing with in space when it comes to nuclear. Look,
Rook, dude, come on, man. No one's using nuclear engines in the atmosphere. And even if you did, the radioactive isotopes that come out of there have a very short half-life, so it's not going to pollute nothing. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I am not entirely sure that the guy knows how a nuclear engine works. Oh. And there's nothing wrong with nuclear electric. That's fine. If you want to do that, that'd be great. But he said you still have to refuel it. Well, you have to refuel nuclear thermal too. You can't just make propulsion with a nuclear reactor. If you're using nuclear electric, right? You need very, very hard to come by inert gas. You need to use a noble gas for a nuclear electric propulsion. You got to use argon or xenon or krypton. If you're going to do that, you'd need a pretty steady supply of that stuff. Not easy to come by in the solar system in pure form. Hydrogen, on the other hand, there's a lot of that around. It's like the most abundant thing in the entire universe. And that's what I mean. The radioactive hydrogen isotope that comes out of the back of the nerve engine decays before it causes any problems, dudes. You know how we know? Because we put the nuclear engine in a lab in the 60s and, you know, you fired one because this technology exists and has existed for half a century. Oh, yeah, the bold part is right. I agree with that. The being bold part. Yep. Follow that. He talks about Mars sample return and hundreds of James Webbs. Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with it, but I'm not entirely sure. Dude, that's not how that's not even like a judgment call. That's just not how nuclear engines work at all. That's completely wrong. And the reason why the nuclear engine he is right. The nuclear engine stayed in the lab for a long time. The reason why it stayed in the lab for a long time is because they canceled the fucking program. We had an operational prototype in 1969 that was working. All we needed to do was just take the stupid engine, attach a stupid hydrogen tank to it, and put it on top of a stupid Saturn V and launch it into space. Then you get an upper stage, doesn't need LOX, only hydrogen, and it has 900 seconds specific impulse. Double the efficiency. I'm done. I am also passionate about this. Captain, remember your pressure points. Woosa! Woosa! Woos! I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Calm down, EJ-san. Arigato. Stupid rocket science. Everyone can't know everything. Yeah, but you're gonna weigh in about that in a very public way, Fish. Actually, you know what's not good with nuclear thermal is the mass of the nuclear reactor and the massive tanks that you need for hydrogen. Yeah, but Yuri, with a nuclear thermal upper stage, you don't need a LOX tank. You can make hydrogen tanks real thin. Heck, you could use balloon tanks. Point is that the wet mass induced from carrying LOX around, and then the tank wall thickness needed for storing LOX is a lot bigger. You could have a nuclear powered third stage that's Centaur derived if you really wanted to. Use it utilizing balloon tanks. Because you don't have the LOX in there, the added dry mass of the nuclear engine basically pushes. And you can afford to make your tank wall thickness even thinner with the balloon tank stainless. So, yeah, no. Negative. Yes, but you need installation for no boil off. You'd need that anyway. With nuclear electric, if that's what you're trying to say, yeah, sure, of course. But nuclear electric, it's a trade-off. Yeah, you don't have to worry about your propellants boiling off, but your propellants are extremely hard to come by. And also, nuclear reactors are very heavy. That's it. That's it. That's it. Oh, nuclear reactors are heavy. That's all. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why you would say that. That makes no sense. None of that is correct, and I can say that with very, 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 very high confidence. I can't believe he said that, dude. I can't believe. Can I hear that again? I can't believe. Maybe I heard that wrong. I can't. Dude, like, I'm actually upset. Like, what, bro? Really?
less hardware that if you were to terminate for convenience now, you got enough to launch like 2 or 3 of them. It's enough to get you back to the moon, check that box, to make sure that you don't have any economic or scientific or national security reasons to stay on the moon, and put your energy much more towards commercial industry. Look, nuclear thermal propulsion, I'm not a fan of. I like nuclear electric. Nuclear thermal, to test it, you're spewing radioactive debris here on Earth. It's not going to go over well to anyone. And it doesn't really solve your refueling problem. You still need to top it off with hydrogen in space if you want a reusable space plug. So I don't like that either. And it's subscale. It's a program that sits in a lab forever. Like what you need in nuclear electric, I'm passionate on the subject, is you need us to get back to the good old days. Like we went from the atomic bomb in 1945 to laying the keel on the Nautilus in 1951. 5-6 years. We didn't keep it in a lab forever. We said, you know what? We're going to do big, bold things. And that's what we need to be doing with in space when it comes to nuclear. Look, a lot of the science programs I'm huge fans of. Mars sample return, the best thing to do is when the astronauts get there to bring the samples home. Why would we spend billions to send a robotic mission? We can put that in the commercial industry and accelerate their timeline. So I wasn't a fan of a pure robotic mission on that one. And you know, a lot of the big science programs, I want to see James Webb's and Hubble telescope programs launching annually, if not more. Flagship programs definitionally are billion-dollar spends. And if you spend $1 billion, then you got to get it right. And that means lots of requirements and we can't take unnecessary risk. And $1 billion becomes a $3 billion program and it's never on time. Like we should be challenging the best and brightest.
See, that's right. That's correct. Yes, absolutely. This. A one-off scientific program like Hubble or James Webb is great, but it's going to take forever to make it. And then once it's there, it's going to be super expensive. That's right. If we made 5 James Webbs, they would not be as expensive per unit. You did all the development. Make 5 of them, and your requirements won't be as driven. That is right. That's correct. That is absolutely right. He's 100% right in that regard. I don't know, Tessa. I don't know what nuclear electric means. I would assume it's connected to an electric propulsion ion engine, but I have no idea.
Give me 10 $100 million missions a year.
Yes.
Let's try that. And let's accept that 3 fail. And I was going to introduce time to science as a KPI. Like, why do we accept things taking 10 years when they could be a year? Even the decadal process of prioritizing scientific missions over a 10-year span is kind of insane.
100%. 100%. And
that's all correct. What he just said there is exactly right. That is 100% correct. That sucks. That's absolutely right. Do I think the D-77 TC Pelican is using the same nuclear engine technology? The Pelican would be using micro-fusion plasma drives. Yeah, the sample return is a joke. Just send a guy there with a shovel. Send a guy with a shovel. It's easier. I'm serious. Costs the same amount of money. At least according to NASA. Keeping rats out of Alberta. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't want to listen to that because what he was saying, I don't want to listen to the end of it because what he was saying is actually making a lot of sense. That the part about nuclear was blatantly wrong. But that he's right. That's how the Science Mission Directorate needs to be run. And if it's not run that way, Jared's background not being a green screen though is pretty sick. Yeah, I too would like to live stream from my hangar with my Panavia Tornado and MiG-29 in the background that I fly around all the time. I too would like that. Yep. We said this at the beginning of the stream. You know what's really funny? They were doing that. They pulled his NASA administrator nomination to punish him and Elon. Like, So what? The guy just gets to go back to his own private Air Force, fly that around for fun. Okay, sure. Oh yeah, you really stuck it to him, pal. Good for you. Good for you. Yeah, yeah. And Elon, oh yeah, you can't do Doge anymore, sucker. I hope you really feel punished going back to your $419 billion net worth. Ha! Really stuck it to that guy. Like, I'm sure you did. I'm sure he's really unhappy. 39 minutes in is a hot take on Artemis. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Nominated by president.
Like, I'm not.
39
Real.
minutes? All right, let me get to it.
Lay out for us the case for Artemis. Lay out for us the case for Mars. Tell us about the relationship between the two and the timelines.
Sure.
And why are we doing them?
Let's just say I am in the return to the moon camp. That doesn't mean like, I know that, Elon is very focused on Mars, and he has a lot of great reasons why, including just the survival of our species. I mean, long term, it is the right move. I remember during my hearing, one senator was really grilling me a lot of like, what's the difference between, moon and Mars? And, isn't moon the stepping stone? I'm like, well, one's a planet, and, it has an atmosphere. And if you looked at the moon, it doesn't look pretty. I mean, it's getting beat up all the time. It has no protection from, for solar radiation. So reality is like, you should go to the moon because for 35 years we said we were going to. And I think that's very important. It's very late in the game to say, well, we did it in the 60s and early 70s. That would have been the fine position to state the entire time, that we've done it and we're moving on. But we didn't. For 35 years, we said we're going back, and we spent over $100 billion of taxpayer dollars saying we were going to do it. And for us not to be able to do it now and watch China do it, like I said, it signals a far greater disease across our government and how.
That's right. I agree with that.
Our system operates, and I don't think we want that reckoning. So look, we paid for the hardware anyway. Let's go back, but let's parallel going to Mars. So that's what Artemis is really about. I mean, you can say Artemis is about Mars too, but that's like 100 years down the line. And like I said, it's a giant disposable rocket program that repurposes shuttle hardware. It's incredibly expensive. We signed up a lot of international partners to support it because we like collecting flags. And it doesn't necessarily always mean that what they're contributing to is in the best interest of the program. Case in point, we had, Gateway, this is going down a rabbit hole of a lot of things because of the shortcomings of the vehicle. But it's expensive, it's disposable. It is not the way to do affordable, repeatable, efficient exploration, whether it's to Moon, Mars, or anywhere else. So let's get it done and then focus on the right way to go about doing this so that we're not seeing people walk on the moon every 5 years or something crazy, that it's happening all the time, which is what we get excited about.
What is there to do on the moon? Why should we go back?
It's not expensive. I covered this a little bit earlier in the stream, but whatever. Gateway is a pile of crap, though. I agree with him. It's a pile of crap. The best time to put Gateway out there would have been 5 years ago, not now. No. Fish 14-month resub. I can already see this. I can already see how this is playing out. I think Rook and I not that my opinion matters compared to his, but I think we see eye to eye on a lot of things. Some things not necessarily, but I think he wants to leverage the commercial market a little bit more than I'm comfortable with. And like I said, if that's the way it pans out, that's the way it's probably going to pan out. But if he talked about the underlying problems at NASA a little later in this exact interview, which is a little weird, but.
Oh.
Cardiac arrest, what's up, dude? Thanks for gifting a sub. Anyway, let's see.
What is the purpose?
I think it's almost like if you're going to go and commit yourself, take risks in a conflict. You want clear objectives, and in my mind, again, aside from the fact that the hardware is already essentially purchased, it's clear objectives. Is there any economic, scientific, or national security reasons to be here? And I don't think we can say that conclusively right now that there are none. And China is going. And if they were to find something, even a small probability, a 1%, let's just say hypothetically it's helium-3, and they're going to usher in a new form of power. Think about how many conflicts that we've had over the last century over sources of power, over energy. Do we want to get that one wrong? And are we willing to take a 1% chance and that could shift the balance of power here on Earth? I don't think so. And we said we were going to do it for 35 years. And
I agree with that too. Limo Up, what are you saying? EJ, your argument is like saying NASA or a government agency should be making Air Force One or 737s to use. Except, yeah, that's right, Limo, except for the fact that it's not in any way, shape, or form. No, that's not what I said at all. Yeah, like you're not even close. Where are you getting confused? Because that's, yeah, it's exactly what I said in every way except all of them. So let me see. Your argument is like NASA or a government agency should be making Air Force One or planes. If no one else is making them, then yes, yeah, you probably should.
This is
Cardiac gives us a limo. So limo, my entire thing is that, you know, everyone says SLS is so expensive. Compared to what? Compared to what? Starship? Which doesn't get you anywhere near the moon at this point in time. Don't get me wrong, it will in the future. And I'll be honest with you, that's most likely what's going to happen. Starship is just too good. If SpaceX makes half of the things that they say that thing is going to do actually happen, well, there's, yeah, it'll get harder and harder to justify SLS existing. But until that point, why would you surrender potentially getting to the moon before anybody else, just in case, and that compared to that 1% probability? Now, personally, I think that NASA needs to exist. NASA needs their own way. But, Limo Up, I maybe should have clarified this. I would also think that in your, you know, what you're saying is like, oh, NASA trying to build a 737 in the 60s when Boeing existed, they could have just bought one. If Starship gets plentiful enough that NASA could procure their own launch tower and their own Starship for their own internal missions, I wouldn't have a problem with that. It would just be like how the government buys F-150s or mail vans or something. I don't have a problem with that. Do you see that happening in the next 10 years? Honestly answer that question. Do you see NASA procuring a launch tower and an entire Starship stack, couple of Super Heavies, couple of Starships in the future for their own mission architecture? Do you see that happening in the next 10 years? Answer honestly. Does anybody see that happening in the next 10 years? That's not happening in the next 10 years. I mean, maybe 10, maybe. Is that maybe? Are you willing to bet that maybe on canceling a rocket now and maybe getting to the moon in 10 years? I don't think that's wise. I wouldn't do that. No. In fact, it would be really nice if NASA used SLS, like, I don't know, a couple more SLS launches, maybe 10 of them, to build a moon base, and then just have Starship go to it, make routine flights. That's the gamble, dude. But honestly, at the same time, in 10 years, I also think NASA should start getting into the reusable game again.
I'm in space.
Whether it be through Starship procurement or not. Falcon Bunch, 35 months. What's up, man? Do you see what I'm saying, Limo? Does that make more sense? If it gets as reliable as the Falcon rocket, which it definitely would be in 10 years, I could see it 100%. But you have technology that can get you to the moon that works, that's operational right now, Bad Sloth. Why would you surrender it on a gamble? This is the thing about spaceflight, dude. And it shows who is a new spaceflight fan, who's newer, and who is older. You never, ever, 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 I cannot emphasize this enough. You never cancel stuff that flies. Never, ever do that. unless you are absolutely sure you have something in the future. Every time we have canceled something because we've found a cheaper way to do it, NASA gets the shaft completely. All NASA winds up with is less money. The guys saving money is defunding NASA. Every single time. Why do we need Saturn V? We should make the space shuttle. The space shuttle will be a lot less expensive. Why use the space shuttle? The space shuttle is not very reliable because we didn't fund it correctly. So let's use Constellation and let's go back to the moon. Let's pick up where we left off. No, Constellation is underperforming because we underfunded it. So let's cancel it and maybe we'll get some commercial space hardware in the future. Every single time we've tried to do this, Limo, it has failed drastically and NASA's budget got the shaft. What makes you think this would be any different this time? You take HEOMD out of NASA, NASA doesn't exist anymore. You're wringing NASA dry, there will be nothing left. Do you want that? I don't want that. There's a reason why practically all successful 21st century commercial launch companies are vertically integrated in doing everything themselves, relying on commercial changes so much with respect to being able to solidify a large complex architecture. Yeah, just see Gateway or HLS. Sure. EJ fighting OG cancel culture here. What is that noise? Somebody got a dirt bike going? No, that ain't no dirt bike. I think that's a street sweeper or something. Does that make sense, Limo? Does that make sense? Don't cancel SLS. Ramp it up. Get your money's worth. And then in 10, 15 years, when you have a full, healthy overlap with Starship, then NASA just start procuring Starships like they would in the 60s. The only reason why NASA could procure fighter planes and F-15s and F-18s is because they're so inexpensive because the government contract, the defense contractors made a lot of them. SLS, getting rid of SLS because NASA shouldn't be making their own things is a perfectly viable and healthy thing to say if there's a fully operational alternative. It would be a very foolish decision to surrender that capability on a promise. Every time NASA has done that in the past, it's failed miserably. Every time. It has not worked once. That guy is playing Galaga. Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. Interesting, Rarest. You know what he meant about pollution? People said to me in Discord, it's polluting if you test fire the NTR on Earth. It's not, Yuri. The radioactive isotope decays before it becomes a problem. It decays before it hits the ground. Only replace, never cancel. Yep. Is SLS that capable, though? Honest question. Well, Bad Sloth, that's why what SLS needs is its own capability. It needs a better upper stage. It needs its own lander. It needs a service module on Orion that can get to low lunar. It needs to be able to replicate getting somebody to the moon without any commercial contractors' operations. And we already have the Super Heavy launch vehicle. Now it's just making payloads. So if I was in charge, I wouldn't freeze the development on SLS, but you don't need to put any more development into the core stage in the SRBs. Shift that. Orion needs an uprated service module. You need a lander, and you need a upper stage that doesn't suck ass, to put it very candidly. Those three things are what's needed. Fund those three things. In the meantime, ramp up SLS to 4 launches a year for the next 10 years, 40 SLS missions, then you're done. Then we're good. By that time, maybe Starship will be good. And when Starship becomes reliable enough, start procuring Starships for your own needs. I can see NASA procuring at least 2 disassociated rockets by 2035, being Blue and SpaceX's, and maybe a third coming from either Stoke or Rocket Lab. I don't know why you still work with past timelines to this day. 2011 is over and we're never going back to that again. The space industry of this decade and the next will be the orders of magnitude better than what it was said when the shuttle started. I think you're being too cynical based on past trauma.
And we spent 100.
You think so? Limo, the argument that you just made is the exact argument that everyone made for commercial space in the 90s. And then the dot-com bubble burst, and then the launch industry collapsed, and we wound up with nothing. That is the exact argument that everyone was making in 1995. And by 1998, the demand for launching went to zero. I don't give a frick how robust the commercial market is. I don't care. It's never going to be enough. I've heard this story before. And once again, you could say, oh, it's going to be different this time. Oh, it's going to be different this time. That's what everybody says. I want to wait until I see that it's different. Does that make sense? Everybody says that. Everybody says, we're going to see Delta 4 launching 12, 15, 16 times a year. Atlas 5. They ramped up Atlas 5 and Delta 4 to be able to be launched pretty much every week. And then the dot-com bubble burst. All the companies that needed to launch things into space also burst because most of them were dot-com companies. And the satellite market dried up in less than a week. We went from launches booked out for the next 5 years to nothing in a day. Now, would that happen with SpaceX and Starlink? Unlikely. Unlikely. No, probably not. Would that happen with Blue? It's unlikely. But I'm not getting, unlikely will not suffice. No, that's not good enough. No. I'm not sacrificing our national space program on a promise. That has never worked, and it never will. Could you put a Saturn upper stage on top of the booster? I don't care what NASA does. You need a high energy upper stage on top of SLS. It could be whatever they want. I mean, guys, look at what COVID did. COVID was a pretty big recession to the economy. It bankrupted a bunch of commercial companies. You guys didn't notice that? The huge market contraction? Just saying. In the short term, for launches, you're willing to justify the cost? When something's up and coming, it's going to be much more cost effective, maybe less capable. I don't understand throwing it out and if it works. Damn, son, I don't see the development costs worth it. What do you mean? Bad Sloth, that money's already gone. You already paid for developing the vehicle. It's not development costs. You're entering operational costs at this point. What you do with the vehicle the development costs for the upper stage, etc., sure. Yeah, of course. But my development costs are to get people to the surface of the moon and then build the moon base. And your launch cost goes down if you buy in bulk. In fact, not procuring more SLSs would be a very inefficient use of money. Yeah, because we paid like $30 billion over the last 10 years to get that thing working right. We already paid for it. Launch it more, not less. What? And once again, why is NASA concerned with cost again? It's about scientific exploration. What do you mean? How can you verify that SLS is too expensive? How can you say it's too expensive? What are you comparing it to? Like, honest question. What are you comparing that to? The other moon rocket that exists? Oh, wait, it doesn't. It's a promise. You can't compare empirical to a promise. That doesn't work. I'd rather have NASA spending billions right now on antimatter drives in a way to manufacture antimatter at scale. Sunk cost fallacy going on here? Philip, you think so? What are we sinking cost compared to? Does anybody here not know how you guys not know how economics work? I'm confused. What are you comparing it to? NASA's job is to not be profitable. Their job is to pioneer technologies that don't exist. I'm pretty sure there's no commercial thing that can get you to the moon anytime soon. Pretty sure. Just saying. Nice, Bill. I'm glad they confused you as much as Kelly. Yeah, I don't. You're arguing we should spend more money on launching more SLSs because you've already spent money on the development. Yes. Why do you... That's sunk cost fallacy. Sunk cost fallacy... No, it's not. Sunk cost fallacy implies it doesn't work. SLS works. I'm confused. What do you... do you know what that means? Why are you guys... That's so... I can't believe this, dude. Why does everybody here think SLS is expensive? Because it carries a high price tag? What's your reference point? You have none. You have no reference point. Calling it a sunk cost fallacy is ridiculous to me. How can you even think that? Because it hasn't done anything in the last couple of years? Well, yeah, if we... it's funny because I'm trying to fix that problem and you call that a sunk cost fallacy. That's very strange. I don't get it. Why is everybody here so adamant about gutting NASA? That's so strange to me. You guys understand that you're unknowingly cheering on for cheering NASA's demise, right? Like, or knowingly. You understand this, right? Like, that's what you're doing. I don't want to gut NASA. I want them to keep space science missions. How can I put this lightly? If you took HEOMD out of NASA right now and canceled SLS completely, NASA would fold entirely as a government organization. You can kiss all your science missions completely goodbye. Like, NASA focusing on more science missions will inadvertently cause a depression in the commercial market. It'll cause recession. Absolutely. You're taking billions of dollars out of the aerospace sector at this point. Why? Because NASA can spend that money better somewhere else? That's not, first of all, that's not how funding works. Second of all, if you think that's how funding works, that's very naive of you. Fourth of all, if you think that money can just be allocated for another mission and Congress is going to somehow let that fly, you're incredibly naive. Like, Philip, I'm sorry, that's just not how any of this works. Is it a problem? Yeah. Does it need to be fixed? Yeah, absolutely. But if you get rid of the human exploration operations, the science mission goes with it. They go hand in hand. The justification for scientific research and missions, the justifications for sending Curiosity and Perseverance to Mars is to gain understanding about Mars in hopes that we are going to go there someday. You don't have architecture that doesn't have the promise of getting to Mars someday, i.e. Artemis. There's no point for those missions to exist. Why do you think they're trying to gut Mars sample return? I mean, well, they're trying to gut Mars sample return because it's frankly terrible, but that's another story. Yeah, the funding sucks, but you don't get more science by funding a rocket. You just get the rocket. What is this science that you're talking about? I'm very confused. NASA's their mission statement is to pioneer technologies that help us increase scientific understanding. It basically invest in technologies and develop technologies that that the commercial market would be too much of an undertaking for. That's their actual mission statement. You think that building SLS isn't going to increase scientific understanding? building a super heavy launch vehicle that can launch space stations or anything into space that can actually get something out near the moon is not going to give us a scientific return on investment? What? I've already said that, Trey. It didn't fell on deaf ears. I don't know what to tell you. You have these discussions so often. Well, it's my job, Woozy, to have people consider a dissenting opinion. I don't get it. Anybody that knows anything about NASA should know that everything goes hand in hand. If you gut one thing, everything else is going to suffer. That empirically throughout NASA's history, that's how that has happened. Guys, I didn't just make this up. This is like I've spent years reading about funding and programs in NASA and how they work. Like, canceling SLS completely will destroy NASA. Destroy it. And without any alternative that NASA could quickly procure, like a Starship for their own operations or something, you're looking at the demise of NASA. And if you think I'm just, like I said, if you think I'm just pulling this out of the out of the aether, right? Like, there was a National Science Foundation paper that was chaired that came out last year that was authored by a guy named Norman Augustine. It's just, if you want to read more into this issue, the National Science Foundation had a whole paper on it. I think it was the National Science Foundation. It was a paper by Norman Augustine talking about this exact issue. If we get rid of all this stuff and NASA eventually relies on commercial, the justification for funding NASA goes away, no matter what the mission. That's the gist of the paper. NASA turns into a regulatory body. Regulatory bodies do not attract the best and brightest. So you turn NASA into some bureaucratic nonsense that never gets anything done. And then if it turns into a bureaucratic nonsense and never gets anything done, that is justifications for politicians to get rid of it. Operative evidence, or not operative evidence. Case in point here, the current budget proposal from the White House. And then once you get rid of it, you get rid of it. You're not getting that technical or institutional knowledge back. Yeah, uncapping, that's not really what we're talking about, but Cheeseburger, if you don't have your science mission directorate commingling with your human exploration operations, one cannot exist without the other. And you guys can sit here and pretend like that's the case, but guys, I have history on my side. Like, I'm not trying to be like, on the right side of history. Maybe it could be different with the commercial market. Maybe. I'm not going to sit here and say that it couldn't. Why would you take the chance? Why would you take the chance? Why? A $1 billion launch SLS price tag more than justifies the risk, the risk mitigation of doing that, to me. Why would you take the chance? I don't understand. As you said in the past, this critique of NASA, there is quite literally no strategic engineering plan for the major programs inside NASA. The Artemis moon to Mars means exactly what? There's no plan. Yeah, exactly, Limo. NASA needs to be fixed. If we keep going on the course right now, yeah, I don't blame. Look at how many people are cheering on NASA's demise without even without knowing the consequences of those actions. NASA needs to be fixed from the ground up if we want this to work correctly. If we want NASA to exist in the next decade. It's funny, they want the flights to stop when the asteroid comes. They'll all run to NASA and SpaceX to save them. I don't think that's how that's exactly going to go down, Ace, but maybe. I just drove all day. What's up, Lovey? And Vert de Ferk. Yeah. Take that SLS should just be flat out access absolutely crazy. Yeah. Guys, like, I mean, once again, if you guys want to believe what you want to believe, that's fine. I'm just trying to tell you that I really don't think that's a good idea. I understand that SLS seemingly carries a heavy price tag, and that there's the promise of a better tomorrow in the future. A better tomorrow where you and I could use a commercial airline and take, like a American Airlines Starship to the moon. I want that. I'm not going to say I don't want that. I've never said that commercial should be impeded in any way, shape, or form. What I'm saying is it would be unwise to hedge your bets on something that doesn't work, especially when it comes to spaceflight. And by unwise, I mean every time we've done something like that, we've wound up with something worse. Every single time. I don't trust it. Neither should you. I agree with Jared. Fly SLS until 2030 and move to better stuff. Limo up. Fly to 2030. I think you're drastically underestimating the momentum that is garnered from running a space program. I would want SLS missions heavily overlapping with Starship missions for at least 5 to 10 years. At the very least, to be absolutely 100% sure. Because every time, we sit here and think, oh, Starship will be operational. It'll be operational by 2030. How do you know? You don't know that for sure. You don't know that for sure. So you plan your SLS mission architecture out 40 launches over the next 10 years, 4 launches a year. So you go to 2035, and then you're good. 2035, I think, is a safe enough bet. Worst case scenario, Starship starts flying early, and then you have SLS and Starship commingling at the same time. And then you get rid of it. And then NASA procures Starships. But you ramp down SLS production, right? And then you ramp up procuring Starships for other science missions. That's the safest way forward. That leaves no stones unturned. That leaves nothing to uncertainty. Is it the cheapest way to do things? No, absolutely not. But you want less money being spent on rockets? That's strange. And that's weird. And why would someone want that? Fuera! Yeah, Alex, I see it, man. Yeah, I don't get it, dudes. And once again, I'm not trying to be a condescending prick, dudes. I'm just trying to tell you that I just don't think that's a good idea. If people are going to disagree, and that's cool, I'm not trying to get all fired up. But yeah, think about what I said. Some food for thought, okay? Like, the worst thing that we can do as spaceflight fans is sit here and argue about what's best for the space program and then not get anything done. You know why? You know how I know? That's what we've been doing for the last 50 years. By the way, if we got SLS 4 times a year, I'd completely agree with you on this matter. The problem here is that I literally think it's not possible to have more than one SLS every 2 years. Why not? Why not? Bro, do you see what's going on this screen back here? Why not? It's very clear that a public sector space program can be leveraged for 4 launches a year. They had no problem doing that during the shuttle and Apollo. Hell no. Refusing to believe that can't be done is refusing to believe that NASA can be fixed. And if we don't believe that NASA can be fixed, what are we doing here? It goes back to, you're back to square one. We have to fix NASA. NASA needs to be fixed. If it doesn't get fixed, there are catastrophic repercussions for this. I've been saying this for years, dude. You've been here. You guys know this. I've been saying this for years. This is really, really important. And you know what, man? I said it a bajillion times. I've said it. This is the third time I've said it now this stream. But, you know, if NASA goes belly up, so be it. SpaceX takes the reins, so be it. If that's how it has to happen, that's how it has to happen. Doesn't have to be this way. Just saying. The issue is the government is incompetent. That's not putting a lot of faith in government either. Like, I mean, but not having faith in our system to leverage a proper space program is a hell of a take as a spaceflight nerd. It's a hell of a way to look at that, dudes. I don't think like that. I can't think like that. I'd blow my brains out. I mean, that's a hell of a way to look at things, dude. Yeah, Rem, where there's a will, there's a way. I refuse to believe that NASA can't be fixed. I refuse to believe that. Because not believing in that basically undermines my entire thing of what needs to be done. And you could say I'm naive in the matter. You might be right, but I refuse to believe where there's a will, there's a way. We got to want to fix it. I think it goes back to that. I talked about that at length in the beginning of the streams, or the beginning of Space News. Anyway, guys, good conversations, though, for real. Good conversations. As you can tell, I'm very passionate about space. Good dissenting opinions, a lot of good stuff. You want to play Summer Car? Want to play Summer Car? I want to play Summer Car. I could sit here and talk with you guys about this for the rest of the night. I'd love to, but I want to play Summer Car. Why is it naive of you to want the government to do better? I don't know. Maybe because I'm overly optimistic in this matter. But, dudes, have you ever seen The Sandlot? I reference this a lot. We'll end Space News with this. You ever seen The Sandlot? Do you remember? If you haven't, it's a good movie about baseball. If you're from overseas and you don't know what baseball is, then it probably doesn't make a lot of sense. There's this scene where one of the characters in the movie, Benny, has a dream. And he has a dream. He wants to be a baseball player when he grows up. And he has a dream that he meets the greatest baseball player of all time. He meets Babe Ruth in a dream. Right? And he says, you know, we have a ball that's signed by you that we have to get back. We have to get it back or else my friend's going to be toast because he lost his dad's ball that was signed by Babe Ruth, right? And in the dream, Babe Ruth says, all right, just hop over the fence and get it. Right? Just hop over the fence and get it. Just go get it. Just go get it. He goes, I can't do that. The ball that we hit over the fence, there's a gorilla dog thing, this giant mutant gorilla dog thing that already ate one kid once. What Babe Ruth basically tells him, I mean, I know the quote, I know it by heart. He says, kid, everybody gets one chance to do something great. Some people don't recognize it when it comes and spits on their shoes. This is your chance, kid. Remember the ball you busted the guts out that week? Someone's trying to tell you something. So just hop over and get it. He says, you want me to hop over the fence and try and pickle the dog to get the Babe Ruth ball? And he says, yeah, think about that, kid. Heroes get remembered, but legends never die. Follow your heart. Never go wrong. That's right. That's freaking right. You go and do it. You hop over that fucking fence and you get that fucking ball. Sorry. And on that bombshell, it's time to end. I'll see you guys for Summer Car in a second. Thanks for watching Space News.